I'll have something.
Anybody get injured?
Close, but not. I know. I know it's freaky.
Freaky Friday, right? That's uptight. It's the hot, it's the. My God. Don't give me a lot. I need, oh, it's on. Thank you. I'm just gonna leave it right there.
Economic book appreciation certificates.
Yeah, I'm afraid to move it.
We have all the books and there's nothing else that can happen there today. We got an Eagles win last night and we're all played together. That's nothing else.
Okay, so now let me get it.
Everybody hold your breath. Okay. Good morning, all. Thank you for being here today. Due to technical difficulties, Zoom link has been updated to the Law Department's LinkedIn and the Procurement Department's website. Can everybody hear me? We are here today for a hearing in the matter of general asphalt paving up near Philadelphia in Empire Supplies and Services LLC. OIG file number 200005-1. Comptroller file number 19-02.8. This hearing is being recorded. Your participation in the hearing indicates your consent to be recorded. My name is Lynn Newsom. To my left with me today is Dietrich Isaac and Audrey Powell. We are the panelists who will be hearing your case. To handle violations of the city's contracting procedure, the City of Philadelphia's Procurement Department has adopted under the department policies and procedures related to the debarment and suspension of vendors and contractors. Under this policy, this hearing will be conducted pursuant to local agency law and requirements. As such, we shall not be bound by technical rules of evidence, and all relevant evidence of reasonable probative value may be received. Reasonable examination and cross-examination shall be permitted. I will now explain the hearing. The adjudicatory hearing is similar to a trial. Both parties will be given an opportunity to present their case before this panel. Our decision shall be based on the findings of fact made by the hearing panel and such other factors addressed in the hearing and/or the procurement department's investigations of contractors' responsibility as the hearing panel deems to be material. Panels shall not be bound by strict rules of evidence. The case in support of the contract compliance joint investigation findings shall be presented by the city or the city's attorney. The contractor shall have the opportunity to respond. Testimony taken shall be under oath and shall be transcribed. As panelists, we retain the right to control and direct this hearing. We will begin by allowing the city to present their evidence and witnesses first. The contractors will be provided the opportunity to question the city's witnesses based on the testimony and evidence given. Then the contractors will be allowed to present their evidence to us. The city will be provided the opportunity to question the contractor's witness based on the testimony and evidence presented. After all parties have presented their evidence, we may allow you all to rebut or comment on the other side's evidence. At the conclusion of the testimony, we will deliberately determine whether we have additional questions or if clarification regarding issues raised during the hearing is needed. Each party will then be permitted to present a closing statement. The panel will provide information on post-hearing requirements. At the discretion of the panel, parties may be required to submit briefs summarizing and supporting their respective positions within 15 days of the hearing. These submissions will be limited to 10 pages. The panel will then take the matter under advisement and will schedule a public hearing to read its decision, either to debar the contractors or not to debar the contractor into the record approximately 30 days after it receives the parties' briefs. If the panel makes a determination to debar the contractors, a final written determination letter stating the grounds for the debarment, including the findings of fact on which the determination is based, the debarment period, the effective date of the debarment, and the specific sanctions imposed upon the contractors during the debarment period will be issued approximately 45 days after the panel reads its decisions into the record. This time I will check to see who's here from both sides.
Good morning.
State your name and
Yes,
and
please.
spell it for the.
Good morning. My name is Michael Burns, BQ-RNS. I'm here on behalf of General Asphalt Paving Company, District Council.
How you doing? George Wallace, for Empire Supplies and Services.
Morning, Michael McDermott, MCERMOTT, I represent Empire.
Awarding a Boston Beer, General Asphalt Paving Company, MEEHA.
Good morning, members of the panel.
He's an attorney, so we want to put him on the record, all right?
Hi, good morning, Ryan Fitzgerald, FITZGERALD, your friend Clark.
Good morning. My name is Melissa Medina, MEDINA. I'm on behalf of the city.
And Michael Faust, the last name is PFAUTZ, also from the city. And we have two of our witnesses here, Christina Crosby and Christopher Diemar.
So we're going to swear everybody at the same time. Everybody rise and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
We will begin with the city's opening statement. Oh, I'm sorry. I'd like to ask how much time is needed for openings, Opening statement,
I think our opening statement would be less than 5 minutes.
I'm a direct examination.
Direct examination of my clients, it's going to be a while. I think we're going to take these, I'd say 6 hours for examination, maybe more. I don't want to characterize it as a certain time, but it's going to take a while.
And cross-examining closing.
Yeah, I can tell cross-examination, but I'm going to speculate it's going to be an hour, but maybe less. And then the closing argument, it depends upon the evidence. Typically, I'm usually like 30 minutes. I'm always edging towards that end. So I don't want to be held accountable for it, but I will try to do my best to meet those time requirements.
Thank you.
Yes, my opening statement's maybe 5 minutes. Direct exam, we need about 2 hours or less. Cross-examination, it's hard to say, maybe about an hour, but it will depend on presentation. And closing. About 10 minutes, give or take.
Okay, originally we'll go to noon and then take an hour of lunch, but we'll see how that goes. Okay, so we're ready for the city's open statement.
Good morning again, members of the panel. My name is Melissa Medina, and I am here to present our case on behalf of the city along with my co-counsel, Michael Fouts. Members of the panel, this case is about holding contractors who choose to do business with the city accountable for the way they do business and requiring them to contract in good faith, in the best interest of the city, and in compliance with the city's anti-discrimination policy. As you are probably aware, this policy was enacted to address disparities in the utilization of minority, women, and disabled-owned businesses in city contracting. It's also to advance opportunities for these businesses and to promote employment opportunities for a diverse workforce in the city of Philadelphia. The evidence we will present today will show that on numerous city projects, Gap, General Asphalt Paving Company, and Empire deliberately and repeatedly circumvented this anti-discrimination policy. And they did this by claiming that work was being performed by Empire when it was actually being performed by Gap. Specifically, the evidence we will present today will show that Gap and Empire worked together to circumvent the minority business requirements on 2 contracts within the city's rebuild initiative. Despite Empire entering into the contracts where it would serve as the minority business for these rebuild projects, and despite being prohibited from further subcontracting its work to another party, Empire did just that. It passed off all of the contract work on to Gap for both projects while pretending that it did the work itself. The result? 2 opportunities that could have gone to a disadvantaged business, that should have gone to a disadvantaged business, instead went to line the pockets of a long-standing, well-established company, Gap, which has no minority ownership whatsoever. In the rebuild projects, we will show that Empire submitted deceptive and fraudulent invoices to the prime contractor on those projects, which was D'Angelo Brothers. What's more, Empire's majority owner, George Wallace, made fraudulent representations about Empire's participation in these projects to the Urban Affairs Coalition, which was the organization responsible for monitoring minority participation in one of the projects. All of this led to MBE credit being given for work that Gap, not Empire, performed. None of this is speculation. This is all documented in records that we will show you, and in admissions that Mr. Wallace and Mr. Austin Meehan made to investigators on this case who will testify today. Our evidence will show that Gap and Empire schemes went well beyond the rebuild initiative. It will show that Empire repeatedly invoiced Gap for work it did not perform and for equipment it did not provide, and then MBE credit was claimed for these invoices. What's more, our evidence will show that Gap and Empire engaged in circular, deceptive billing practices, whereby Empire would invoice Gap for payment, then reimburse Gap for those payments made pursuant to the invoices. We will show that Gap claims MBE credit for the invoices despite having been reimbursed by Empire for any payments that it made. At the conclusion of this hearing, we will ask you to make the decision, the important decision, to hold Gap and Empire and their owners, George Wallace and the Meehans, accountable for their actions, to enforce the spirit and letter of the anti-discrimination policy. And we'll ask that you do this by debarring Gap and Empire from contracting with the city for a period of 3 years. Thank you very much.
Good morning, members of the panel, and that's what I'm going to call you panel if you're okay with that. My name is Michael Burns, and I appreciate your time. Appreciate the opportunity to present the defense of General Asphalt as well as Empire with regard to claims and assertions that have been made by the city of Philadelphia. And I want to take a step back. I want to tell you something. What we're dealing here with today is fact, not opinions. What the city has done is the city has manipulated certain narrow information, trying to reach a conclusion that there's been this fraud, there's been violation of contracts, that CAP is a pass, that the Empire is a pass through for CAP. So what's our response? How do we respond to that? We should respond to it in two ways. You have to put everything in context, right? A piece of paper, a contract, it doesn't speak to what's being done or what's not being done. A piece of paper, a contract, or a financial record doesn't evaluate, doesn't assess, doesn't prove what's being done on the ground, right? We're talking about business here. We're talking about setting up and establishing a minority business. There's no ground rules. There's no specific model that everybody uses. It's a trial and error methodology. Not only is it a trial and error methodology, the way it was done in this case should be a model for the success to make a minority business. There was no fraud. We're going to walk through some of the contracts. And what's important is reading the contracts, because remember, this is all the case about contracts. And when it comes down to it, there's only two contracts that are issued. There's the plumbing and heating contract and supplies and equipment. And the second thing that's at issue is with regard to the Washington District Playgrounds, which is a redevelopment program. Wait till we see those contracts. Wait till we see what the requirements are in those contracts. Wait, to prove that the requirement, the allegations that are made don't apply to the contract, the specific contract terms. More importantly than that, we're going to take this man to Wallace. He's going to testify for a long time. Why? Because we've given you 3,600 pages of documents. Why have we done that? Because all the city wants to look at is this. Then it wants to take it out of context. Then it wants to make sure that it can interpret it the way it wants and create facts that don't exist and then reach its subjective opinion, not a fact, an opinion. All these records are going to show a bunch of things. They're going to show that George Wallace created this company. They're going to show that George Wallace, 99% operated, managed, controlled, and performed work contrary to what they see. And they can give those documents, but they don't want to evaluate those documents. They want to stick to what their original report was. We're going to listen to George Wallace, and Mr. Wallace is going to tell you about his history. He's going to tell you about his experience. He's going to tell you what he's done in this minority business. He's going to tell you how this has become a success. He's going to walk through it. But at the end of the day, what we're going to show you is there was no fraud. There was no intent to violate any single contract. There was work that was done. The work was performed. The laws and the rules are not solid. They're a little bit vague. They're a little bit ambiguous. There's no hybrid for some of these things. And some of the work that George was doing was a hybrid. We tried our best. We did our best. We used our good method effectiveness to try to create a minority business, to develop a minority business, and to succeed as a minority business. And as you guys know, the statistics are astounding these days. 8 out of 10 minority businesses fail within the first 18 months. Well, this alliance, this work together, got them past the 18 months. Got them to have the bonding, got them to have the credit, got them to have the things that Empire needed to succeed, and it has succeeded. And so from my perspective, what we've got here is a city that's a little bit overzealous, that wants to manipulate facts, that wants to put a badge on their sleeve. And that badge on their sleeve is we took down a contractor. A contractor that's been working for the city for decades, 4 generations since the 1950s. A contractor who has come from the high school, was homeless at one point in time, who worked for Gap, and he was building a business because he had an idea and a concept. They want to put him down. They don't want to believe him. They don't want to listen to him. But they want to misinterpret everything he does. When it comes down to this is a mischaracterization. We want to show you facts, not opinion. We're going to show you how this business built. And there's not a, everybody wishes that there's a set guidelines of how you do things. A business doesn't operate like that. It's a trial and error. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to show you context. We're going to give you the information. We're going to show you paperwork, checks, insurance information, bonding information, credit cards.
all the stuff that this gentleman was doing. And that proves and shows that this is a legitimate minority business, the credits were appropriate. Thank you.
Morning, members of the panel. We decided to allow Mr. Burns to be the lead attorney in here. I made, had some questions on the Rapidan Cross, but his opening line would mirror the same, so save some time and decided to allow him to lead.
City will now proceed.
Thank you. I call Mr. Christopher Diamore to the stand. Mr. Diamore, will you please state your name for the record?
Christopher Diamore,
What is your current employer and title?
City of Philadelphia, Deputy City Solicitor in the Labor and Employment Unit.
Were you previously employed by the Philadelphia Office of Inspector General?
Yes, I was.
When was that?
I left the office in 2022, March 2022.
And when did you start in the
Oh, I
office?
started in the office in April 2017.
In what capacity were you employed by the Inspector General?
I was first an investigator, and then I was moved to senior investigator.
And what were your duties at the Office of Inspector General?
Well, the Inspector General takes in complaints about a wide variety of things, and then the investigators are assigned the complaints to get an investigation. And investigating a case involves requesting documents, interviewing witnesses, sometimes doing field work, and conferring with city departments.
Were you involved in a joint investigation by the Office of Inspector General and the Controller's Office into Empire and Gap?
Yes, I was.
What time period did that investigation take place during?
Approximately November 2019 is when the investigation began, and it ran through approximately, I want to say January 2021.
How did the investigation begin?
The investigation began, both the Office of the Controller and the Inspector General's office independently received very similar or identical complaints about Empire Supplies and Services. And the allegations there pertain to Empire's status as an MBE, minority business entity, and their use on city contracts by a majority firm, General Asphalt.
What was the nature of the complaint?
That Empire was acting as a pass-through for General Asphalt, or that General Asphalt was using Empire as a pass-through. It's semantic, but that Empire wasn't actually operating a business that performed a commercially useful function.
As part, and I think you mentioned that part of your duties were to collect documents and conduct interviews. And so as part of this investigation, did you do that?
Yes, myself and my partner in the case, Christina Crosby from the Controller's Office, we worked together very closely to conduct interviews of witnesses and request documents from the two firms named in the complaint, General Asphalt and Empire, and from other sources as well.
What was the result of your joint investigation?
At the conclusion of the investigation, we presented our findings to our respective offices. I presented my findings to the Inspector General, and we determined that we were going to write a report And the report is contains our conclusions of fact and our recommendations to the procurement department.
I'd like to turn your attention to an exhibit in that binder, P1, the first exhibit. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes,
What is it?
this is the notice of intent to debar addressed to General Asphalt Paving.
Is there anything else contained in that exhibit?
Yes, well, attached to it is a copy of our the report and the report's appendix.
That's attached to the debarment notice, correct?
Correct, yes.
Now, did your office take part in producing that joint report that's attached to the notice?
Yes, I drafted portions of it, I wrote portions of it, and portions of it were prepared by the controller's office, but we jointly edited the document.
At this time, I would ask that exhibit P1 be entered in evidence.
So moved.
Thank you. Mr. Diamore, if you could turn to exhibit P2. Recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the notice of intent to debar from the procurement department addressed to Empire Supplies and Services.
Is there anything attached to that?
Yes, it's another copy of the report.
And that's the same report you just testified about, that joint report from your office, the Inspector General and the Controller?
Yes, that's correct.
At this time, I would ask that P2 be entered in evidence.
So moved.
Thank you. Mr. Diamore, was there a portion of the investigation into Gap and Empire that you specifically focused on?
Yes, the investigation, like I said, was done jointly by myself and Christine Crosby. And so we conducted all the interviews together and we requested documents together, viewed these documents together. But my focus of the investigation was on two contracts that were part of the rebuild initiative. The Moss Playground Project and the Distant Playground Project.
I'd like to start by asking you a few questions about the city's anti-discrimination policy. Can you describe what it is?
The anti-discrimination policy arises from, at least in part, from a mayoral executive order, or two, there's a new one. And that policy enshrines the city's policy that contracting opportunities should be, the city's contracting opportunities should be awarded to minority and women-owned businesses and disabled-owned businesses.
And how does the anti-discrimination policy affect contracting with the city?
Well, on contracts are bid, as the panel I'm sure is well aware. Contracts are bid, and as part of the bid is a solicitation and commitment requirement where prime contractor or the bidder reaches out to minority and women-owned businesses and disabled-owned businesses sometimes and solicits a quote from them from that business to provide services or materials on the project. And that solicitation and commitment form and that agreement becomes part of the contract between the city and the prime contractor. And so through this method of requiring this to be contract to be subcontracted to a minority or women-owned business, the city is effectively subcontracting a portion of this work to minority and women-owned business.
And is the anti-discrimination, is adherence to the anti-discrimination policy a requirement on city contracts?
On contracts for which an economic opportunity plan is created, then yes, definitely. I don't know that it's a requirement on all city contracts.
How does a contractor or a minority business, how do they meet the minority goals on any given contract to which the anti-discrimination policy applies?
So in order for, there's sort of two parts to this, and we'll try to walk through it. So in order for a minority or women-owned business, and for the purposes of this, we're talking really about MBE, minority business. They need to be certified by an agency or jurisdiction, there's many of them, as a MBE. So that's the first one. The second requirement is then that MBE needs to perform what's called a commercial useful function. This is a requirement that it depends on the type of contract. So on a contract where the MBE is going to be doing labor, they're going to be on the job site and doing actual work with employees, then that minority-owned business needs to meet requirements that are in the EOP, and I can't remember all of them off the top of my head, but it says, they have to manage and supervise the work. The work has to be valuable in some way and worthy of the dollar amount that's assigned to it. And it also, there's a requirement that at least 20% of the subcontracted work needs to be performed by the minority-owned businesses' own workforce. That's if they're doing that. On supply efforts, it's a little more complicated. Supply efforts are complicated because the MBE is not on site. There's no people that can watch and say, okay, that person is employed by this MBE, and therefore we see that they're doing the work. On supply effort, the supplier is required to pay for the supplies, the materials that they're supplying to the prime out of their own pocket. So they need to be able to have some credit to float. They also need to negotiate the price, determine the quality and quantity of the materials that are going to be provided, and one or two other factors.
What about sourcing the material that will be supplied? Who's responsible for that in order to get the MBE credited if the MBE is the supplier?
Right, so sourcing the materials is another important aspect of this. The MBE needs to be the one that goes to other suppliers. If they don't have the materials in stock and they're going to be getting it from somewhere else, they need to be the one that goes to that supplier and obtains a quote and essentially bids that out to somebody else.
And how does all of this relate to Gap and Empire's contracting with the city? What requirements does it place on Gap and Empire?
Well, on city contracts where General Asphalt is the prime contractor and they're subcontracting a portion of their work to Empire, the requirement would be that Empire actually performs what I described earlier, a commercially useful function. Either they're doing a supply effort and they're going out and they on their own are going out to suppliers and saying, hey, what price can you give us for this material? And finding the best price. And they need to pay for that out of their own pocket, float that money, and have to carry it for 30, 60, 90 days until they get paid by their prime contractor. And on contracts where Empire is supposed to be doing work, they need to actually do work. They need to have employees that can get out there and perform the services.
Now I'd like to talk about some background information on these two companies that you investigated. What is Gap?
General Asphalt is a family-owned, it's closely held corporations, as far as I know. It is located in northeast Philadelphia. They do, when we interviewed Mr. Meehan, he told us that they had three basic lines of business: utility work, paving work, and heating and cooling, mechanical aspects, plumbing.
And when you said Mr. Meehan told you, you mean Austin Meehan sitting next to you?
That's right, yes.
Okay.
Awesome.
How long has GAP, and that's General Asphalt when I say GAP, how long has GAP been in existence to your knowledge?
A very long time. A very long time. I don't remember exactly when it was formed.
Who are the Meehans?
Joseph and Austin Meehan are the co-owners of General Asphalt. At the time we interviewed them, Mr. Austin Meehan was the president and ran the operations, and Joseph Meehan acted as the outside supervisor for the company.
Does GAP have an office?
Yes, it does. On Cruztown Road in Philadelphia.
Do they have employees?
Yes, they do.
Do you know how many employees they have?
Again, when we interviewed General Asphalt, they told us they had between 160 and 170 employees, union employees.
What about equipment and inventory? Does GAP have that?
They definitely have equipment in form of construction equipment, things of that nature. I don't remember if they told us that they keep stock, but I'm sure that any company of that size is going to have some stock of pipe and materials that they need for day-to-day work.
Is GAP a minority, women-owned, or disabled-owned business entity?
Not as far as I'm aware. They're not certified that way, or they weren't on the interview.
And to your knowledge, does their ownership have any minority, woman, or disabled representation?
Not at the time of the investigation. I don't know if that's changed.
What is Empire?
Empire is a limited liability company. It's, owned. There are three owners, or there were three owners at the time we were doing our investigation. Mr. George Wallace is the majority owner. He owns 51% of the company. The remaining 49% was split evenly between Joseph Meehan and Austin. So they own 24.5%.
As part of your investigation, did you learn how Empire was formed?
Well, generally, yes. We were provided by Empire with a copy of the operating agreement. The operating agreement between the three members of the LLC, Mr. Wallace and Austin Meehan and Joseph Meehan, entered into the operating agreement for the company sometime in 2017.
During your investigation, did you learn whether Empire had any office space?
So we asked this question of Mr. Wallace. Empire, he told us that Empire primarily operated out of General Asphalt's office space on Cruztown Road, and that he used his personal laptop and personal cell phone for Empire's business. He also told us about another location in Ardmore, I believe it was, but we never confirmed if any actual office space was used there. There was a garage or something, and told us some equipment maybe was stored there.
Did he tell you if this was a space he was renting, leasing, any further information on that?
He told us when we interviewed him that it was a leased space, but we were never provided with a copy of the lease agreement.
Did you request it?
I believe we did, possibly orally during our interview. We followed up.
Did you learn during your investigation whether Empire had, at least during your investigation period, any employees?
So this is sort of a complicated question. So We repeatedly asked Empire in the form of a subpoena and orally, you provide us with payroll records showing that you have employees, tell us a list of employees. We were told repeatedly in response to the subpoena, Mr. Wallace is the only employee. Then when we interviewed them, either the Mehans or Mr. Wallace, we learned actually there are 3 potential employees. First employee was a administrative assistant. And I think in the report she was referred to as employee 1. I don't remember which employee, how we titled her, but we removed the names of these employees to protect their identities. One of the employees was an administrative assistant, and her job was, she was hired, Austin Meehan told us, he hired her, he interviewed her, and hired her to perform work and services for Empire. But she was never placed onto Empire's payroll because it's a small company and it would be more costly for Empire to carry the workers' compensation and payroll and tax costs than it would be for General Asphalt.
This is what Mr. Meehan told you?
Yes, that's correct. The second employee was a live gas trainer. Mr. Austin Meehan explained to us that because General Asphalt does underground utility work on gas lines, there's some requirement that employees doing that kind of work need to be trained to do it. Makes sense to me. But in order, the trainers, it was cheaper for General Asphalt to hire its own trainer because otherwise they would have to pay travel costs, a trainer up in the hotel. But Mr. Meehan explained to us that the state looks down upon having certifications and training done by somebody in-house. So they place this person on Empire's payroll to skirt that. Third person is somebody that was not actually on Empire's payroll. He held himself out to be an Empire employee. And this is regarding the rebuild contracts.
And you reviewed payroll records for all 3 of these employees that you just discussed?
Yes, yes, we did.
Did you see at any point any of these 3 employees being actually on Empire's payroll? Well, really, whose payroll were these 3 employees on?
I believe the employees were on General Asphalt's payroll, as far as I remember.
Going back to this employee number 1, did you learn during investigation whether this employee actually did perform any work for Empire? This administrative assistant?
I believe she did.
What were you told about what work she was providing?
We were told that she was doing work like helping with paperwork for Empire, and she split her time. She would spend a certain portion of her weekly hours performing services and helping Empire with paperwork, and then she would spend a portion of her week doing work for General Asphalt.
And what office did that employee work out of?
She worked from General Asphalt's office on Thurs County Road.
And what office equipment did that employee use?
We were told that she used General Asphalt's like photocopiers and computers and telephones.
And you mentioned that you interviewed Austin Meehan, correct, as part of your investigation?
That's correct.
If you recall, what specifically did Austin Meehan tell you about whether Empire does any labor or has any ability to do labor on projects?
Austin Meehan told us that Empire has no employees to do its own labor.
Now, as part of your investigation, You mentioned, I think, that you investigated Empire and Gap's involvement in contracts for the city's rebuild initiative.
That's right.
What is the rebuild initiative?
Briefly, it's an initiative that's is partially funded by the city's sugar beverage tax. And it's designed to make refurbishments and rehabilitate city parks and libraries.
What projects were Empire and Gap involved in as part of rebuild?
There were two. The first one was Moss Playground. I believe that was the first project under the rebuild initiative. And then there's one in Distant Memory.
What was Empire's involvement in the contracts for these projects?
Empire was subcontracted to work on these projects by D'Angelo Brothers. D'Angelo Brothers was the general contractor, prime contractor, and they subcontracted a portion of the work to Empire.
Did both of the Moss and the Distant project have MBE requirements?
Yes.
What were the requirements to, you know?
Oh, well, the requirements were that D'Angelo Brothers would subcontract working the work to a minority-owned business.
Is there a certain percentage, or was it a best efforts requirement?
I don't remember if it was a certain percentage of best effort.
Why did D'Angelo retain Empire as a subcontractor on these projects?
When we interviewed D'Angelo Brothers, the managers there and the outside supervisor, his name was Ralph Reeves, they told us that they hired Empire because they were a minority. They were certified as a minority-owned business, and they were in the cities that the Office of Economic Opportunity maintains a database called B2G, and Empire was in the B2G system as a MBE.
So they indicated to you that they intended Empire to fulfill the MBE requirements for these projects?
That's right, or at least a portion of it.
What work was Empire supposed to perform as the MBE for the Moss project? Let's talk about Moss.
I believe on Moss, the work was putting down new asphalt on a basketball court.
Please turn to Exhibit P27. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a copy of the subcontract agreement between D'Angelo Brothers and Empire Supplies and Services.
Just for the panel's information, this P27 is an excerpt. It's also contained within the exhibit or the appendix of the reports that are an evidence report. It has P1 and P2. So I just wanted the panel to understand. I won't ask to have it admitted because it's already in evidence. This is for ease of reading. Mr. Diamore, was Empire permitted to further subcontract any of its work without the consent of D'Angelo pursuant to that contract?
Under the terms of the subcontract, no.
Did you interview Austin Meehan about the Moss project?
It's one of the topics we talked about, yes.
What, if anything, did he tell you about GAP's involvement in the Moss project?
Well, he told us that General Asphalt performed the work, the paving work there.
Did he indicate whether Empire performed any work on the Moss project?
So he told us that Empire did not perform the services.
Now, did you interview George Wallace about the Moss project?
Yes, it's one of the topics we talked about. Yes.
What, if anything, did he tell you about the Moss project?
He told us that Empire did not perform any services of supplying the materials, that they didn't have any employees to do them.
During the interview, did he have knowledge of the Moss project?
He vaguely remembered it, and I remember this specifically when we interviewed him. He had to pull out his cell phone and look at a map to see where it was.
And he admitted to you that his company Empire did not do anything on those projects.
That's right.
Did you obtain or review any other evidence that Gap did all the work on the Moss project, not Empire?
Well, there were payment applications that showed that General Asphalt submitted a payment application to Empire. Excuse me. And then Empire asking for payment for its services, and then Empire submitted its own invoice to the prime contractor, the Angelo Brothers, with a markup, of course. And we also obtained the purchase orders.
And what about your interview with Austin Meehan and what he told you about Empire's employee situation? How did that impact your findings with regard to whether Empire did or could have done any work on the Moss project?
Well, Austin told us that the Empire doesn't have any employees any laborers that could do the work. So the conclusion we drew was that Empire could not have done any work on this project because they don't have any employees.
And Austin Meehan told you that Empire doesn't do any labor, correct? They don't perform any labor.
That's right.
Can you please turn to Exhibit P28? Recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a payment application from General Asphalt to Empire. And it's for, I mean, I can tell by the contract sum, that this is for the Moss player. Oh, it's also the contract for Moss player.
That's what I was about to ask you. Is it written there at the top?
Yes.
So this represents Gap submitting for payment on work done on Moss to Empire. Is that fair?
That's right. Yes, the General Asphalt is asking for payment from Empire for work that it performed.
Please turn to Exhibit P30.
Okay.
Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a document we obtained from General Asphalt. And so it's a vendor history. In other words, this shows I always reverse it in my mind. This shows that Empire was a vendor for General Asphalt.
And the second page of that exhibit, what does that page show?
This is the customer history.
Who's the customer?
Customer here, this is General Asphalt's customer history, and the customer here is Empire.
And what does it show as far as the middle portion with the description and all of those things? What is that?
Okay, so this is the customer history for the Moss Playground project, and it shows there that. Well, I'll leave this question.
Well, that's what I was asking you.
Okay.
Thank you.
It shows here that General Asphalt billed to Empire the amount of $55,506.90, and they were paid over 2 checks that amount.
By Empire, correct?
By Empire. That's right.
Oh, by the way, I meant to ask you this. Can you just You said that this document P30 came from GAP. Can you tell me where P28 that you've already testified about came from? Where did you get that one from?
This came from Empire, and I know this because it's bait stamped Empire.
So for these documents that I'm showing you, these exhibits, if the bait stamp says GAP, does that mean it came from GAP?
That's right. I don't remember if Council for General Asphalt provided the bait stamp or if we did, but that's how we know.
That's what it indicates.
Yeah.
What about the bait stamp? Any pages that have bait stamped Empire? Does that indicate you got that document from Empire?
That's right. Yeah.
Please turn to P29. Do you recognize? It's a 2-page document. Exhibit. Do you recognize it?
Yeah. Yes.
What are these documents?
So this. So the first page here is Empire's invoice submitted to D'Angelo Brothers for work on the Moss Playground project.
Both of these documents are?
Yeah. Oh, and so then the second document is the same. Second document is the same. It just has, it reflects that payment was received, presumably from D'Angelo Brothers, of $51,761. The balance due there, that $5,751, that's what we call retainage. That's the 10% of the contract that gets retained.
You got this document from Empire?
That's correct, yes.
What does it say? There, I see a handwritten portion on the second page on the very bottom in parentheses. What does that say?
On the bottom, the handwritten documents of BAL, B-A-L, balance due to GAP, $5,550.69.
What is that number?
$5,550.69.
You know what that indicates?
That Empire owed that amount to General Asphalt. And the reason they probably haven't paid it is because they're still owed $5,751.23.
From D'Angelo.
Correct, as retained.
Who is the main point of contact for Empire on the Moss and Distant projects? Did you learn that information during your investigation?
Yes, we did. We have him in our report as employee 3. He's the employee that helped himself out as an employee of Empire, but he confirmed in interviews with Austin Meehan, with Wallace, that he was never been an Empire employee. And George Wallace told us he wasn't even sure what employee 3 does.
Let's turn to the Distant project. What work was Empire supposed to do on that project?
Sorry, did you direct me to an exhibit?
No, I'm just right now asking you what was the work on the Distant project?
Oh, the Distant project was, again, it was asphalt, milling, and paving, or
At a playground? Or
at a playground. Yeah.
can you turn to exhibit P32 now? You recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the subcontract agreement between D'Angelo and Empire for the Distant Playground project.
Pursuant to this,
Exhibit that number?
P32.
Thank you.
Pursuant to this agreement, this subcontract, was Empire permitted to further subcontract its work without the consent of D'Angelo?
No, it wasn't.
Oh, and I should ask you, for the Moss project, did you find out whether D'Angelo had given consent for Empire to subcontract all the work to Gap, as you were informed was what happened?
We interviewed D'Angelo about that, and they told us, no, they didn't know that the work had been subcontracted, and they didn't give permission to do it.
Turning back to Diston, how about that? Same question. Did D'Angelo indicate whether they gave permission for Empire to further subcontract on Diston?
No, D'Angelo didn't.
Did you interview Austin Meehan about the Diston project?
Yes, other topics.
What, if anything, did he tell you about Gap's involvement in that project?
The General Asphalt, that Empire's subcontracted the work to General Asphalt.
And did you interview George Wallace about the Diston project?
Yes.
What, if anything, did he tell you about that?
Again, it was the same. He was not really familiar with the project, didn't know what the scope of work was. He had to look into his phone to determine where this project was. And that Empire didn't do any work.
Please turn to exhibit P31.
Okay.
Recognize this exhibit?
Yes.
What is it?
This is an email that we obtained from D'Angelo Brothers.
And it looks like there's two emails on this exhibit. What do these emails depict?
All right, so the top there where it says from and it's redacted, that's employee 3. And he's writing from a johnmeehanandson.com email address. John Meehan and Son is doing business as for General Asphalt. And he sent this email to the estimator from D'Angelo Brothers. And employee 3, again, is a General Asphalt employee, is talking with D'Angelo Brothers here about the proposal that was submitted for the work.
He submitted the proposal, didn't he, based on that first email at the bottom, sent Wednesday, April 3rd, 2019 at 10:05 a.m.?
That's right, yeah.
So it was a Gap employee that sent the proposal to D'Angelo for the Diston project?
That's correct.
Did you ask D'Angelo about that?
Yes, we did. And we were told, we asked the question, well, didn't it seem odd to you that you were getting a proposal from General Asphalt? And they said, well, sometimes smaller companies like Empire will basically ask someone else to do the proposal for them or estimate the job for them. And so we didn't really think it was that hard. Was that weird?
Can you please turn to exhibit P33? You recognize this one-page document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is purchase order 1031 from Empire to General Asphalt. So Empire is purchasing what's the activity there, supply, labor, and material for 330 square yards of paving.
What's the date of that purchase order?
September 9th, 2019.
Now, there's some fine print above the approved by signature line at the bottom. What does that indicate?
That's Empire withholding and limiting the scope here. So they're saying that Empire is going to mill and prep and inspect the surface, and then of the area.
Was this purchase order, during your investigation, did you learn whether this purchase order was later revised?
Yes, it was.
Okay, please turn to exhibit P 34.
Okay.
Recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
What's that?
This is the revised purchase order. 1034,
What's the date of that purchase order?
September 11th, 2019.
So it's 2 days after the first?
Right?
And how does it revise purchase order 1031, which we just looked at?
Well, now General Asphalt is to provide milling and prep services for an additional approximately $13,000.
How can you tell that based on this document?
That's what's described in the activity column.
It says revision, right? Specifically.
Yes.
So after this revised purchase order, based on just these two documents that you looked at, what portion of the distant project labor was pertained for Empire?
No.
Please turn to P35. You recognize this document?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the payment application from General Asphalt to Empire for the distant playground project.
Okay. How do you know it's distant playground?
It's written there on the top, it says contract for.
Okay. And does this document describe the work that GAP did on the distant project?
The second page does.
What does it say as far as the work that GAP performed?
Well, item number 1 was milling 2 inches. And then item number 2 was applying the wearing and binder.
That's sort of AKA paving.
Yes.
Please turn to exhibit P39.
Right?
Recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the customer history. This is from General Asphalt identifying Empire as a customer on this project, the distant project.
And what else does it indicate other than that Empire was a customer?
That General Asphalt billed to Empire the amount of $34,999.60, and that it received almost all of that over the course of 2 checks.
Okay. Please turn to exhibit P36. Recognize that exhibit?
Yes.
What is it?
This is Empire's invoice to the D'Angelo brothers for the work that was performed at Distant Playground.
Does that invoice that was submitted by Empire to D'Angelo, does it indicate that GAP actually did the work?
No.
What about the other invoice for the Moss Playground?
Can I?
Yes, we can stick with this. Sorry, go ahead. Is there another portion of the answer?
Yeah, I wanted to. The handwriting on the bottom says pay to GAP, $1,399.98 due.
And you got this document from Empire, right?
That's right.
Does it appear that handwritten portion was later written in by Empire?
Right.
Just taking it back, you don't necessarily have to go back to this exhibit, but that invoice, the similar invoice for the Moss project that Empire submitted to D'Angelo.
Right.
Other than that handwritten portion on that invoice that we discussed, was there any other indication on that invoice that to D'Angelo that GAP actually did all the work for that Moss project?
No.
Now, I think you've mentioned this distant project had an MBE requirement, right?
Right.
Was there an organization monitoring MBE participation for distant?
On distant, yes, it was Urban Affairs Coalition.
Did Urban Affairs Coalition give MBE credit for Empire's work on the project?
For a portion of it.
How did Urban Affairs, do you know how Urban Affairs Coalition reached to the determination that MBE credit should be given for that project?
Yes, so what happened here is during a project meeting, November 2019, the project team learned that Empire didn't actually do the work. And so they asked Urban Affairs Coalition to follow up, find out what happened. Urban Affairs Coalition reached out to George Wallace and said, what work did you do on this? And he submitted purchase order 1031, and only purchase order 1031. And the effect of that was to make it appear to Urban Affairs Coalition that it had actually retained a portion of the work.
Okay. How do you know that Mr. Wallace did those things?
We talked to Urban Affairs Coalition and their project monitors, but we also obtained from Urban Affairs Coalition a copy of purchase order 1031 and not purchase order 1034.
And what was your request as far as documents to Urban Affairs Coalition? What did you request that they send you?
All documents related to the distant project.
Anything that Mr. Wallace used as documentation of what Empire did on that project?
Right.
Let's just turn back to purchase order 1031, exhibit P33.
33?
P33, yep.
Okay.
Is this the document you were indicating Mr. Wallace sent to Urban Affairs Coalition as proof of the work that Empire did on the distant project?
That's right.
Okay, let's turn to P34, the next page.
Okay.
This is the revised purchase order 1034, I think you mentioned.
That's right.
Did you get this in response to your request from Urban Affairs Coalition for any documentation Mr. Wallace submitted for the distant project?
No,
Does it appear to you that Mr. Wallace left that out? Left that purchase order out?
he didn't supply it.
Was there any other work on distant or alleged work on distant, work in quotes, that Urban Affairs Coalition gave MBE credit for Empire having performed?
Yeah, they said, well, that difference, $13,403.60. We'll just say that that was project management. They gave credit for project management services.
To your knowledge, did Empire do any project management on this project?
No, in fact, project management was done by employee 3.
How do you know that?
And that, well, we were told by D'Angelo that he was the project manager.
What were your determinations with respect to the Moss and the distant projects, with respect to Empire's involvement?
Empire had little to no involvement whatsoever.
Just give me one moment. I have no further questions.
Definitely cross the line.
I do have some cross-examination. Let's get a drink of water.
Pretty.
Yeah, I hear your voice going a little slow there, so I thought it'd be a good idea.
Thank you.
It's still moving. Or I'll try and keep it up. Sometimes I talk a little fast. You're going to find that out. So if I do, Mr. Moore, tell me and I'll slow down. Okay. Mr. Moore, have you ever worked in the contracting field? In other words, have you ever worked for a contractor? Or have you ever worked in the field of receiving contracts? Actually, doing material weight.
No.
Have you ever worked in the business field outside of being an investigator or lawyer?
No.
Do you know about the day-to-day operations of contractors in the city of Philadelphia?
Generally.
Okay, generally, but are you in the mix on a day-to-day basis? Do you see what happens? Do you see what goes on? Do you see how contracts are performed? Do you have that experience? Do you have that knowledge?
Objection relevance.
If I'd like to respond, I'm trying to lay a foundation. Our foundation is, you go by the day-to-day activities of a contractor. It's not as pretty as a contract, but that's what I'm trying to establish. Thank you. I can't remember my question, so I'm going to rephrase it if it's all right with you. Do you have, sir, any experience in working in the day-to-day operations of contracting services in the city of Philadelphia?
No.
Have you ever been involved in a paving contract?
No.
Have you ever been involved in performing a subcontractor for the city of Philadelphia?
Performing? No.
Do you know that there are subcontracts? There's the city contract, but there are subcontracts, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that contract that you have, which is the contract that you introduced here, and let's start referencing to its exhibit number 38, number 32, which is a copy of the listing hire, right? So you're aware that a contract is based on the language of the contract, the terms of contracts, and the provisions, correct?
It's an agreement between the parties.
Okay, and in this case, was there an agreement between Empire Supply and Services LLC and the city of Philadelphia?
No.
No. There was a subcontract that was entered into, was there not, right?
For the distant project,
Yes.
there were a number of subcontractors.
Okay. Was there a subcontract that was entered into between the Angelo Brothers and Empire Supply and Service?
Yes.
And that would be exhibit number 32, correct?
Right.
You had indicated that there were participation requirements in this contract. Is that accurate testimony?
I don't think that's it with regard to P32.
Why not?
There aren't, in P32 doesn't contain that.
What do you mean it doesn't contain it? You just testified previously that all the contracts have this requirement, and you're going after Mr. Wallace because of the.
I'm not going after anything.
Well, so you tell me, are there any minority participation requirements in the distant contract you've attached that Empire supplied to you that's marked as exhibit number 32?
The Angelo Brothers had the participation requirement in their contract with the Philadelphia redevelopment plan.
And then what the Angelo Brothers would do is it would take a minority contractor and would supply contractors as a subcontractor. Is that correct?
Right.
And the subcontract we're talking about, and I'm going to be precise here, is the subcontract between the Angelo and Empire. Was there a minority participation requirement?
Written into that contract?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Now, I'd ask you to turn to page Empire 00044.
The first page of P32?
No, I'm going to, I'm using, it worked 3 times over, so I'm sorry, but I'm going to ask you, right, so for P32, that was a good point. If you go to Appendix 202, Empire 0044, and it's marked as Exhibit C, Special Provisions.
Okay.
Okay. Now, you've read this contract, right? None? Right. Okay. And you know that this is a form contract that the Angelo Brothers uses for all the subcontractors, correct? Did you ask the Angelo Brothers that?
That question?
Yes.
No.
Did you go through the contract with the Angelo Brothers? And when you went through the contract with the Angelo Brothers, what did they tell you?
This is the contract between the Angelo Brothers and Empire. I don't know what you're getting at.
Well, if there's a standard for a contract that they use, which a lot of the industry does,
They use a standard form contract and then they add terms by adding exhibits, right?
I suppose.
Okay, so if you look at this contract and you think it's a standard form contract, on the front page, you have the project information and the subcontract exhibits. Is that correct?
Now you're going back to the first page.
Yep.
Sure.
Okay, and then on the next page, it says subcontract agreement, and if you look underneath on the third line, it's got an underline for employer, sales and services, and an underline for 320 Myrtle Avenue, Cheltenham, PA. So if you were experienced in contracts, you would recognize that that's just to fill in the blank, right?
Objection, argumentative. And also calls for speculation as to what he would, I guess, know in some alternate universe.
How is that argument? I'm asking him a question if he understands based upon reading the contract and his understanding of the contract. That's not argumentative. That's a question. A legitimate question.
That wasn't the question asked.
What would read that question is?
Then on the next page, it says subcontract agreement, and look underneath the third line, it's got an underlined code. Empire Sales and Services, and an underlined 20 Myrtle Avenue, Cheltenham, PA. You would recognize that as just the fill in the blank, right?
So what I heard, I guess it didn't get down in the record, but what I heard was if you were experienced in contracts, you would know, and then that portion of the question. So it's argumentative in the sense that counsel's clearly badgering the witness to indicate that he's not experienced in contracts, he doesn't know the contracting world. And then also asking this witness for speculation as to what this witness would know if this witness were experienced in the contracting world.
If I were the investigator asking this question, I would want to know whether it's a standard contract. That's one of the most important documents for all members of the contracting department. That contract controls right here. And so he should know the contract. If he's not experienced in contracting, he should know. So
And you're also speaking very softly. I can't hear you.
Your point is stated, stop it.
Yes.
Can you rephrase?
sure. Are you experienced in contracts?
I'm an attorney, so
Are you familiar with the DOJ?
I'm familiar with these contracts, yes.
Okay, with these contracts, based upon the way this is presented, with the insertion of the names underlined, and then the attachments of exhibits, would you agree with me that this is a form standard contract that Angela uses?
Objection, speculation.
It's not speculation.
The witness can answer.
The question is, do I agree that this is a form contract that the Angelo Brothers uses? I don't know.
That's not something he asked.
We didn't ask that.
I'm going to go to that page, and I'm going to go to Exhibit C, right? And I'm going to read it to you. How did you get there?
All right?
It says Exhibit C, special provisions. It's Empire 00044. It's 202, page 22 of 25. At the top, it says Exhibit C, special provisions. Is that correct?
Right.
What's the purpose of the special provisions in this contract?
Well, only one of them says certified payroll required, yes.
Number one, it says insert special provisions of the contract, correct? Click here to enter special provisions are not applicable. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've been a contracting attorney, you have experience. If someone is clicking a document, that's a population of documents. So this would lead you to believe this is a standard form, right?
Objection. The witness indicated he's an attorney, so he's somewhat familiar with contracts. That was the testimony, not that he's a contract attorney or whatever counsel's asking. And then secondly, this is just entirely asking for speculation about what you click and what would happen. This is not appropriate.
If your time is,
And it's not relevant either, so I would ask for an offer of proof as to the relevance of clicking in and what it would be if you clicked something different.
I'll make an offer of proof. If you look at the Dawson, you compare the Moss and the distant contracts, what's very interesting is in the Moss contract that was signed into, this provision was actually populated. It's populated with, we're going to get to that, the minority certification requirements. This contract, which is where it would be in the Moss, but it should have been based upon the Moss contract, has no requirements whatsoever for minority certification. It wasn't attached to the contract, it wasn't included in the contract, there's no special provisions. It's very simple. Just doesn't want to acknowledge it, and she doesn't want him to acknowledge it. I think that's the foundation.
So counsel's testifying.
Frank will testify.
I don't think I'm testifying. I'm trying to, I was laying the foundation for why I'm asking this question, and I'm allowed to ask questions about this issue.
I'm sorry. I asked them to Frank.
Thank you. Can you answer my question, sir? I just want to ask a simple question. Then we move on. In your experience as a contract attorney, when you have something like click here to enter special provisions are not applicable, that would be a form contract being populated using different other steps, right?
Objection, same objection. This is speculation. If Mr. Burns is just getting at whether or not the special provisions include a minority requirement, then he can ask that question, and I wouldn't be objecting to it.
I'm allowed to lay a foundation and ask questions. So witness's credibility is an issue in this case. The limits of his investigation are an issue in this case. What he doesn't know about this contract is an issue in this case because it's significantly important to my client.
Objection is noted. Continue.
Noted meaning overruled or noted. Is the answer or not answer? Thank you. Let me answer the questions.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Just real quick. Mr. DeMore, I'm looking at, again, Exhibit C to Exhibit 32. Number 1, it says insert special provisions of the contract. Click here to enter special provisions or not applicable. My question simply to you is based upon your experience as a contract attorney and as an attorney. If there's a click here to enter something, isn't that suggestive of or indicative of a form contract?
I guess so.
Okay. You guess. That's good. We're getting there. You guess. So in this contract, if D'Angelo Brothers was going to provide a minority requirement to Empire Supply and Services that they needed to fulfill, where would D'Angelo put this in the contract? Okay. Is it in the D'Angelo contract?
No, it's that.
Okay, good.
I'm sorry.
No, we established that in this session. So we've established on the record here, contrary to your prior testimony, that the distinct contract between D'Angelo Brothers and Empire Supply and Services had no minority participation requirement. Is that correct?
I'm objecting. This mischaracterizes the testimony. Mr. Diamore did not testify that there was a written down in the subcontract agreement a minority requirement. That was not Mr. D'Angelo's testimony. So that's mischaracterized. That's mischaracterization.
Actually, now, that's
Yes.
It's an objection.
You can't do speaking objections, of course, but you can do what you want.
Thank you. Objection.
Okay. I disagree with that. How can you sustain the objection to the most important component of this case and allow them to go back? I'm going to object to that ruling by the court. I'd like it to work, and I'd like to take it to court when we have a chance. I think that's it. So we can continue. Now, I'll ask you the question in a different way. You're conceding, sir, that there's no minority participation requirement in the contract between the D'Angelo Brothers and Empire with regard to the distant playground. But as we sit here today, you're using the distant playground as a means to convict Mr. Wallace and Mr. Meehan that they didn't meet the minority participation requirements or they were trying to get around the minority participation requirements, correct?
I would disagree with that.
So the foundation for one of your claims, that is that Empire and Gap were fraudulently trying to fulfill minority participation requirements as to the distant contract. It's not accurate. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Now, in the distant contract, which is, I believe, the contract where there was the meeting in November of 2019 because there was a deficiency, correct?
Right.
Okay. Now, when you met with the D'Angelo brothers and you interviewed them, did you ask them how they handled the minority participation requirements for the contract?
Yes.
Okay, what did they tell you?
Well, we asked them specifically about Empire. We got into generally what they were doing.
So when somebody has a minority contract, when they tell the city of Philadelphia that they have a minority contract, how is that reported to the city of Philadelphia?
Asking generally or on district?
Generally,
Objection relevance. The question should be as to this project that we're talking about.
I can lay a foundation to exactly what he doesn't know and who doesn't know and how to apply to the distant project. And all I'm trying to show you is that in the distant project, if you actually look at the evidence, the distant project not only did not have the certification required for the minorities, but when we got to this,
Objection, testimony. I'm just objecting as to the form of the question. It's a question about generalization and not as specific to this project. Based on the witness's last answer, it seems there's two different answers depending on what we're talking about.
Abstain, that's formal. Hold up the question. Can you
I'll rephrase the question. Thank you. I can remember the question. I have the question right back to me.
Somebody has a minority contract and they tell the city of Philadelphia that they have a minority. How's that reported to the city of?
Are you
And
familiar?
then you said generally.
Right, I'll let you answer. Are you familiar, sir, with the process of the reporting requirements for city of Philadelphia contracts that have minority participation requirements?
Yes.
And in the process of this case, with regard to distant and loss, did you get those documents from the city of Philadelphia?
They don't exist.
Why did they not exist?
Because this project wasn't monitored by the Office of Economic Opportunity.
So it's not monitored by the Office of Equal Opportunity. And so the city has to know that those documents, are there typical documents the city sends with regard to those types of contracts? Sure. When the process is fulfilled, isn't it true, sir, that when there's a minority contract, the city of Philadelphia, through the OEO, will reach out to the minority contractor to confirm that they're doing the work, to confirm that the work is done? Is that accurate?
Sometimes that happens. Usually what happens is the city reports a payment to the prime contractor for their monthly invoice. And then the prime contractor reports in the system, we took a portion of that payment and paid a subcontractor, a minority or woman-owned business subcontractor. And then the subcontractor goes into the system and confirms that they received the payment.
But does not the city reach out to the minority subcontractor to make sure that they got the payment?
Sometimes that happens, but usually it's just through this compliance reporting system online. There's rarely a scenario where the city's picking up the phone and calling and saying, did you get this payment? They already have it in the system.
But with regard to the lost and distant projects, there is not this compliance report.
There is. It was done by a third party. On distant, it was done by the Urban Affairs Coalition. And on Moss, because it was the first rebuild initiative project, it was monitored by OEO, but by the time they had the file and went out, the work was already done.
So the system wasn't perfect in this case, was it?
I'm not sure.
Well, the system, there were faults in the system or not. It's a trial and error process. You admitted that this was the first time that this was done, so there was a trial and error process, correct? No. When you asked the OEO what they did they tell you that they fulfilled their compliance requirements?
We didn't ask OEO what they did on the Moss and Distant projects.
Right. Did you ask the OEO whether they met the process requirements that were presented in that with regard to confirming the minority participation?
No, we didn't talk to OEO about Moss and Distant.
In fact, if you look at the documents and you've got an email about it, the OEO deemed the work that was done to be compliant with minority certification on both loss and distance, correct?
No.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask you to turn to page Exhibit 38. Okay. Tim, MPE Front Empire, contract value. Right. Read that first paragraph.
You want me to read it?
Yep.
Okay.
The sentence says, D'Angelo is deemed to have is awarded this contract in good faith Empire. Is that an accurate statement?
This is for Carlos Jones, the person who wrote this. It's not from the city.
It's from the OEO.
No, it's not.
So the person who wrote that, though, gave credit to Empire, gave credit to D'Angelo for the work that was done in Washington for minority participation, correct?
No.
Was there ever any credit given to D'Angelo for the minority participation? Right. Was there ever? Was there ever any credit that was issued to D'Angelo with minority participation with regard to the loss of his contracts?
On Moss, because the compliance system wasn't available yet. There wasn't a third party monitor on that one. I assume it was given to D'Angelo. On Distant, they were given credit for I don't know the number. You can calculate it. 41.27%. Oh, it would be it's 41.27% of $34,387.60.
So there was credit that was issued for participation. So there was credit issued for minority participation.
Yes, but as I explained during my direct exam, that was the results of them not having the full picture because they weren't provided the full picture by Empire.
Well, let's get to the district playground. Okay, you indicated that in November 2019 there was a meeting. Is that correct?
Right.
You weren't participating in that meeting, were you?
No.
Who did you interview about that meeting?
We talked to Tara Rashid, who was the project manager from Rebuild, and we also talked to I think his name is Ryan Oglesby. He was the project manager from Urban Affairs Coalition.
And in terms of that meeting, was Mr. Wallace an Empire president then?
I don't remember. I don't think he was.
Did you ask why he wasn't president?
No, I don't know why they would know why someone wasn't present at that meeting.
Which is important for defense, but we'll get to it. Let me ask you to turn to page appendix 198, page 17 of 25, Empire 00040.
Which exhibit is this?
The contract for distant 32.
Okay. And one more time, the page number?
Empire 40 is the easiest.
I can barely hear, what is it?
Empire 40.
All right.
have reference you to section 19.5 notices.
All right.
Did you see this part of the contract before?
Yes.
Notices. All notices given under any of the provisions of this subcontract shall be deemed to have been duly given on receipt by the addressee, and all notices shall be given by commercial overnight delivery, parentheses, such as Federal Express or UPS, addressed as follows, or to such other address as the parties may designate in writing. And for the contractors, the second page says Stephen D'Angelo. And for the subcontractor, it says Empire Supplies and Services. Correct?
Right.
For the meeting that occurred on November 19th, which was to address an issue that arose with the paving, do you know D'Angelo brothers reached out to Mr. Wallace?
It reached out to Mr. Wallace. I don't know.
Under the contract, if there was an issue, D'Angelo brothers was supposed to give notice to Mr. Wallace, correct?
Objection, relevance.
I'd have to really go back and look through this contract to determine what cause a notice as described in section 19.5 to be issued.
So the answer is you don't.
What they did was, the answer is, I don't know, but what they did instead was they contacted employee 3, who was the project supervisor for Empire on the project. That's who their point of contact was. Why would they send a notice somewhere else?
Read that person before you
Oh, that's fine.
I'm going to ask you this very simple question. You've indicated that you interviewed D'Angelo brothers, right?
Right?
Okay, and when you interviewed D'Angelo brothers, they told you that they had no clue that General Asphalt was going to perform this paving. Is that correct?
Right.
Right, okay. But what we looked at before showed that there was an email from General Asphalt to D'Angelo brothers, correct?
Right.
That email was sent before the work began, correct?
Correct.
When you interviewed D'Angelo brothers, they indicated to you that they couldn't subcontract it, or at least you indicated that Empire could not subcontract to General Asphalt, correct?
Right.
Okay. Where is that in the contract?
They can't subcontract.
Yeah.
Section 18.
So it said subcontractor, not subcontract, all or any portion of the subcontractor's work hereunder without the prior written consent of the contractor. Contractor shall have the right to reject any proposal subcontractor for any reason or for no reason, correct?
That's what it says.
So your argument is that there's no piece of paper from D'Angelo brothers saying that Empire can subcontract, correct? Accurate?
There's no piece of paper, and they also didn't give me verbal authorization according to their interview with us.
According to their interview, which is a credibility issue, correct?
I don't know.
Well, you had a concern about that in your interview, right? Because in one of your interview questions, you asked them, how could you not know about this being a subcontract when you saw General Asphalt trucks doing the work? Did you not ask that question?
I don't know if I asked exactly that question. We asked questions about that.
Okay. And they told you, obviously, we didn't put two and two together.
No, that's not what they told us. They told us that they thought it's possible that Empire was doing the work and that they rented the machines from somebody else. Or that that was the answer, actually, that they thought it was possible Empire was renting the machines from someone else.
Did you ask whether the D'Angelo brothers had any communication with Mr. Wallace?
I don't remember.
Do you know if the D'Angelo brothers had any communication with Mr. Wallace?
No, I don't.
Is that something that would be important for purposes of your investigation into the question whether there was an approval, verbal, or written for a subcontract?
Well, look, we asked Mr. Wallace about both of these contracts. He didn't know.
Well, that's your interpretation, sir, because you want to use this. He looked at his phone to say he didn't know about the contracts. Well, once he looked at his phone and confirmed where those projects were, he answered every question you asked him about those projects. Did he not?
To the extent that we asked him, what work did Empire do on it? And he said, none. Yeah.
Which,
I mean,
yeah, you're making a distinction. We'll get to that in the loss contract because the answer you want to supply here is that the loss and distant
I'm
contract.
going to object to this. There should be a question, not a statement to the witness about what he wants to do or anything of that nature. There should be a question posed, and that's what should be happening.
Just they rephrase the question.
No, no objection. This is something that. I'll rephrase the question for you. I want to define what you mean by the term work, what you mean by the term labor, and what you mean by those two terms.
Okay.
Under the UCF, the use of the commercial function, what does it define work as?
Form UCF talks about two different, in order to form a commercial useful function. It depends on the function that's being performed. So for subcontracting, actual, if it's a supply effort, isn't what we're talking about here, I don't think. If it's a supply effort, then you have to, the subcontractor is supposed to purchase the materials with their own funds, source the materials, negotiate the price, and determine who the best supplier is, what materials are needed. If it's something else, contracting, then at least 20% of the project work needs to be performed by a subcontractor's own employees,
Right.
own workforce. I think is the word that's used.
Right, it's work. I didn't define my question. What is work? What is work defined?
You didn't ask that question, but what is work defined as? It's not defined in the contract.
Is labor defined in the contract?
I don't think so.
Is there a difference between physical labor and mental labor?
I would, yes.
Okay. All right. Now, Mr. Wallace was employed by Empire, is that correct?
After a time, he was.
He was the owner of Empire, right?
Yeah, he was also employed by General Asphalt.
But he was also employed by Empire, is he not?
He was drawing money from Empire, I guess.
In 2018, when these contracts were, is that accurate?
Yes.
Mr. Wallace was the representative for Empire who was handling the Boston Eastern projects, correct?
Yeah.
Let me ask you this question. Who negotiated the contract?
The proposal was submitted by employee 3.
Who negotiated the contract?
Wait. There might have been some communication. Now I'm not, I'm vaguely remembering. There might have been some communication at the outset of this with Mr. Wallace.
Did Mr. Wallace negotiate the contract with the D'Angelo brothers?
Well, to the extent it's a form contract. Yeah.
Did Mr. Wallace have the entire do a site inspection to assess the job and take measurements?
I think he told us that there was on one of them, either Moss or Biston. He said, I think I walked around. I think I walked around the project. I don't remember which one it was.
Well, why would you walk around the project?
Objection, speculation.
All right, I'll ask the question in a simple fashion. You walk around the project because you want to identify what the contractual needs are going to be, whether there's problems, issues that you need to take care of if you're doing paving, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did Mr. Wallace do that? Did he not?
On one of them, he told us he did.
Okay. Did Mr. Wallace identify and secure the pricing and work for the materials?
No.
Okay, who did that?
Employee 3.
Employee 3 is who?
It's redacted in our report. I
Is it
don't
Mike
know.
DiDonato?
I don't know if I can say.
Did Mr. Wallace organize and coordinate the work and materials for the Boston District project?
No.
Okay, who did that?
Employee 3.
Did you ask Mr. Wallace about that?
Yes, we asked, what did Empire do? He said, Empire didn't do the work. General Asphalt did the work.
And that's my distinction, and that's why I'm asking you to define work. There's a difference in contract.
Objection, I'm objecting again, this is not the time to give a colloquy or a statement to the witness, it's a question. Question should be posed.
I'm saying this, I'm laying a foundation for a question, which I think is very important here. They want to define work as being actual physical labor. There's a lot of work.
Objection, counsel's testifying.
There's a lot of work that goes into a contract. That includes evaluating the contract, negotiating the contract, doing site inspections, overseeing the contract, doing preparation for the work for the contract, and that is work. And that work is defined as commercially useful function under the rules.
Objection, that is all testimony. This is a question, this is cross-examination.
The first objection is sustained, as formerly questioned. As to the objection to the counsel testifying is overruled.
My distinction, that's higher.
Under the city standards for commercially useful function with regard to performance of it, what is work defined as?
I don't think the word work is defined.
So when you're dealing with a contract, a construction contract, what type of work would fall within the parameters of the work of contract with its own workforce?
Is that work being done?
In this case, and in the case of any contract, there's the negotiation of the contract. Right?
Contracts are typically negotiated, yeah.
There's the evaluations and estimates with regard to the contract work, correct?
An estimate needs to be recorded.
Then there's work to scope out what the contract is going to entail, to see if there's any problems or issues that that's correct.
It's the scope of the work that's to be performed, right?
And there may be a site inspection that occurs, correct?
Sometimes site inspections are done, sure.
And there may be some work that's done to identify supplies, materials, and labor, correct?
Right?
And there may be some times that it's necessary to coordinate that supplies, materials, and labor, is that correct?
Right.
Okay. And there may also be actually the physical performance of the work paid, right?
Right.
And there may be somebody who's overseeing or supervising that work, correct? Okay. And there may be somebody who says there's a problem, so we have to deal with this problem, so we need to go back and double check the work, is that correct?
Right.
And then there's the closeout of the contract, right? So when you have a contract, you want to make sure the work is done pursuant to the contract, correct?
Correct.
And then there's billing that has to be done with regard to the contract to close it out, is that correct?
So,
And if there's problems with the billing, there's negotiations back and forth with regard to the contract, correct?
right.
Under the city's rules, you can perform a useful commercial function, the performance of work. If you do that type of work on a contract and not just physical labor, is that accurate?
No.
No. Where is that defined?
The commercially useful function for contracting also requires that the labor be a material part of the contract and that it is valued, its value is relative to the work being performed.
So it's not value work to do the negotiations, to do the evaluations, to do the setup, to do the administration of the contract. That's not value work.
All of that is part of the bid process. That's all prior to the contract. So you don't get credit. That's not a commercially useful function. That's not part of the contract. It's before the contract.
But during the contract, there's something that Mr. Wallace is on the side evaluating things, performing the contract to make sure it's getting done. That's not commercially useful function.
That would be project management, I would say, but Mr. Wallace didn't do that in this case. He told us he didn't do that. Someone else did that. Employee 3, a general asphalt employee.
We'll talk about that when Mr. Wallace gets something. Let me go to, let me ask you this question. Let's go to the other pocket. We'll go to exhibit number 27.
We want to take a recess.
Oh, absolutely, that's fine. Can I ask the witness not to be talked to since he's going cross-examination pursuant to what the trial rules are? Yes. Thank you.
That's true.
Right.
This is the lunch.
Yes.
So one reason I don't understand what other person is. Oh, shoot. If she says she received it, I don't know if she opened it. Oh, she did. If she, I believe she's needed to now. Well, since it's coming. I wanted to get somebody to get a copy of. Like, there's some instructions in the I'll answer like that.
Can we, yeah, just ask him ahead of time because that's.
Yeah, it's gonna quit.
Yeah.
Back on the record. Continue.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Last talking we were about the questions about commercially useful functions. I just want to clarify one thing. I think you indicated that the negotiations for a contract would not be considered to be a commercially useful function.
Right.
At what point in time does the person who's the project manager, at what point in time did it become to start to perform a commercially useful function?
Work. When the actual scope of work that's described in whatever the subcontract is begins to be performed.
In order to do the scope of the work, so for example, you have work like paving, there are other ancillary commercially useful functions or work that's done in order to make sure that that physical work gets done. Is that correct?
Suppose so.
Okay. Well, you don't know?
I'm not an expert in paving, so I assume that there are things, mobilization, you gotta get the materials that are gonna be paved with, you gotta do other sorts of things. I assume that needs to be done.
Did you consult with anybody about what a commercially useful function is with regard to the handling of a paving job?
No,
Did you ask D'Angelo what the commercially useful functions requirements are for a paving job? Did you ask the OEO what the commercially useful functions were for a paving job?
no.
What are the commercially useful functions for a paving job?
That the work being performed, paving work, is gonna be performed by, of course, a subcontractor to perform a commercially useful function for paving. That subcontractor would need to have, the work would have to be valued around what they're being paid for the job. They have to perform at least 20% of the scope of work with their own workforce.
It says 20% of the scope of the work with his own workforce. What does that mean? Does it
At least 20% of the paving has to be done with their own.
So that's your interpretation.
That's my interpretation.
Now, your interpretation, what is it based on?
Understanding of the terms there.
In terms of the executive order, correct? Okay. It doesn't entail actual knowledge with regard to the work that's being done for a contract like paving, correct? Well, you admitted beforehand that you don't know what a commercially useful function is for purposes of paving, correct?
I can look at the scope of work, contract, and then what's being billed for, and determine whether or not a commercially useful function is being performed.
Okay. In this case, you decided there was no commercially useful function.
I didn't decide.
Decided that.
The Office of the Inspector General and the Controller's Office made a recommendation to the Procurement Department. The Office of the Inspector General and the Controller's Office made a recommendation to the Procurement Department.
Is it your position today that no commercially useful function was performed by Empire with regard to the lawsuits?
Yes,
And that's predicated on your investigation, is that correct?
that's right.
In your investigation, received documents which were financial documents and invoices, correct?
Among other things,
Okay. Did you interview some people, right?
correct.
Okay.
Did you get any documents from Empire as to its operations, its work, its accounting, its bonding requirements, its other work that it does, its checking accounts, its business accounts, emails, anything like that?
We asked for a number of things from Empire. And some of those things we asked for, some of them we didn't.
The conclusion that was reached was that Empire was a pass-through entity, correct?
That was operating as a pass-through entity, yeah, for General Asphalt.
And you were able to make that determination based solely upon the loss of distant lake, right?
No,
But you didn't evaluate that with somebody else.
we worked on it together, but you can say that, I guess.
So I'm not going to hit you with questions about that other stuff. I'm going to go back to the agreement with regard to Exhibit 27, which is the Moss Playground renovations project, okay?
All right.
Please. Right. Yeah. Okay. Copy the contract, sir.
Debarment.
Yes.
What time do you think you need this?
I'll be 10, 15 minutes. I just want to go through the contract and finalize questions. Now, your presentation of this exhibit for the city of Philadelphia, you've given documents appendix 147, appendix 171, Empire 0057, Empire 0081. Do you see that?
Right.
And that means that these documents were provided to you by Empire, correct?
Correct.
Did you get a copy of the subcontract agreement from D'Angelo?
I think so, yeah.
Now, when we produced documents to you by Empire, we produced the entire contract, which was Empire 57 through Empire 82. Are you aware of that?
Could be.
Right. So is there a page in here that's missing from the contract that you're producing?
I didn't put this either together.
Okay.
Maybe.
Because I'm looking here at the exhibit you produced, I'd just like you to show me where there's the provision in this contract, the Moss contract, regarding the minority requirements and participation requirements. You have the document in front of you.
You're asking about the. Oh, okay. Well, it references here attachment 1. So on page, it's page stamp Empire 00078. It references attachment number 1 for employment goals for diverse workforce.
Okay, so let's go back. So this section, which is exhibit, I think you're referring to exhibit C, correct?
Right.
Right. That's the special provision section. It's Empire 78, Appendix 168. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. And in the last contract, which was the distant contract, we looked at the same provision, number 1, and there was no attachment and there was no reference to participation requirements in that contract, correct?
That line didn't appear there.
So the answer is yes. The answer to my question is yes.
I'm answering more accurately than your question allows. So that line doesn't appear in the distant project, in the distant contract.
Well, this was the contract between D'Angelo Brothers and Empire, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and this is the two separate contracts, Moss and distant, correct?
Correct.
We went through the distant contract and there was no minority participation requirement in that subcontract between and D'Angelo, correct?
Right.
Okay. Now, in this, which is the Moss contract, there is a reference to special provisions and it's inserted, right? See attachment number 1 for employment goals for diverse workforce. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, what is that document?
I don't have it in front of me.
Have you ever seen that document?
I don't know.
Would it be an important document for assessing participation by Empire under this subcontract?
I suppose so.
You generally know what that provision is, what this C attachment for employment goals for diverse workforce.
No.
It uses the term diverse workforce. Is that different from minority participation requirements?
Yes.
How is it different?
There's it's part of the economic opportunity plan, which is not enforced by OEO. It's looked at by another agency that requires a diverse workforce. Certain percentages of the workforce need to be minority.
How are those goals met, sir?
I don't know. That wasn't focused on investigation.
So when you were doing this investigation, you didn't evaluate or assess the question of diverse workforce?
No.
Yet that was the term and provision that was in the contract between D'Angelo Brothers and Empire, correct?
To me, sir, I don't have that document. Empire didn't give it to us in response to a subpoena. So I'm kind of curious why.
They did. In fact, it's marked Empire number 78, number 82. And you have it in your appendix. And that's what's interesting to me too. Because
Well,
why wouldn't it be part of your exhibit?
I didn't put the exhibit finder together.
Are you trying to hide something? Are you guys trying to hide something from us? Please.
Are you kidding me? I didn't put this binder together, sir.
Okay.
Somebody else did. So if you want to point me to another exhibit and talk about a document, let's do it.
Okay.
Can I look at another exhibit, counsel?
Absolutely. I'm going to give you what we marked this Empire exhibit 0058 through 0082. Take a look at that. It's the full contract. They have virtual witness.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Do you have a question?
Sure. Are you seeing attachment 1?
All the way back here?
Yes.
Sure.
Is that the attachment 1 that references from Exhibit C, special provisions, insert special provisions of the contract. See attachment number 1 for employee goals for diverse workforce.
It may.
So you don't know.
I I assume so, yes.
So your entire investigation didn't consider, evaluate, or even look at one of the key documents in the contract that we're dealing with here today.
That's not true.
So what is exhibit law attachment number 1?
It's got some language here about rebuild diversity and inclusion goals, contract responsiveness and responsibility relative to rebuild goals.
You're looking at the documents, or there are things that can cross out.
Right, yes,
Okay. So what is crossed out?
what I just read.
Okay.
Section 2A and section 3A.
May I borrow that for 1 second so I can show it to the members of the panel, just to give them some context? I think it's important. That's all right with you. Sure. I just want to show it. Council. I have a chance to look at it, and I'll show it to you. Here, look at it. Attachment number 1 had B, rebuild diversity and inclusion. Is that correct?
I think so.
Let me just see. Then let's, I'm sorry, talk to the witness for 1 second. It's not. I don't like hovering over the witness. I just try to stay away from it. And so it's got A, which is crossed out, which is participation goals for diverse business inclusion. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. And when something's crossed out like that, given that you're a contract attorney, that means that that's been written out. Is that correct?
Objection. I'm continuing to object to counsel's representation of this witness as a quote contract attorney. I made the objection before, it just continues to come up. He has never testified that he is a contract attorney. He has testified he's an attorney, he's in the labor and employment unit, he's somewhat familiar with contracts because he's an attorney. He has never said he's a quote contract attorney.
Thank you, rephrase.
Thank you. Are you a contract attorney?
No.
Okay, good. Let's get that out. Based upon your experience as a lawyer, how many years have you been working?
Objection, relevance.
I can't be a foundation to ask questions. Every time there's a question that they don't like, they object to it on foundation for overruling it. There's a reason for that. This is a simple question. I'm allowed to ask them that question. There's nothing prevents me.
What is the
The relevance is how I gain the experience. Lawyers have, when they go to law school, they look at contracts. When they get out of law school, they review contracts. He's already indicated that he has some familiarity with contracts. I want to know how much familiarity he has with this contract.
I don't allow you to continue. We feel like it's irrelevant. I'm gonna cut you off.
Coming off now, or is it again?
I'm gonna allow you to continue. If we feel that it's irrelevant, we will cut you off.
I have no problem with that. Of course, I reserve the right to tell you that I don't think you're right. That's
Okay,
important.
you can say what you want.
So, how long have you been a contract attorney, or how long have you been a lawyer?
I was licensed in Pennsylvania in October 2010.
2010. And as a lawyer, when you were at law school, you
at contracts class, is that correct?
Objection. This is not expert testimony. He's literally asking the witness about a document. This is
All right, I'll withdraw that question. How much contract experience do you have, sir?
I don't. I'm trying to answer your question, counsel. I just, general experience with contracts, just general experience with contracts.
And in your general experience with contracts, is it true that if a section is crossed out, Xed out, that would mean that that's not part of the contract?
That would seem to imply some agreement between the parties of the contract to not include those provisions.
And in this case, did you ask D'Angelo Brothers about whether attachment number 1 was part of the contract?
I don't remember.
Did you review the Moss Playground contract with D'Angelo Brothers?
I don't remember. I'm sure we've presented it to them and asked them questions about it.
Have you yourself ever reviewed this Moss Playground contract between D'Angelo and you?
Yes,
Okay. And did you see this document?
he bait stamped it, so yes.
Okay. And when you were evaluating the question here about whether or not the claim that you're making here about whether or not there was minority participation requirements in this contract, did you look at this document and consider this document?
I agree with you that there's no, as we've been discussing, there's no requirement in this contract, subcontract, that there is some minority participation between the requirement by Empire.
Okay. So I want to be very clear about that because that's an important point. So you're telling me when we say contract, not word for so that want anything in between. So the Moss contract that we're dealing with right now did not have any minority requirements for purposes of the contract performance. That is the contract that D'Angelo entered into with Empire. It's a compound question, so I'm going to withdraw that question and try to rephrase it so it's simpler and easier. Contract between the subcontractor between D'Angelo and Empire, did it have any minority participation requirements?
Other than, I guess, what you're talking about attachment 1. I think the answer is no.
So in attachment 1, there is the rebuild program, which is what we're talking about, right? So attachment 1 would have come from the rebuild program. Is that probably an accurate statement?
I don't know where they pulled attachment 1 from.
And it crosses out on the top A, participation goals for diverse business inclusion. Is that correct? Right. And in that section, that's the section where you assess whether there's a commercially useful function. Is that correct?
Where you would assess
Where
it.
you would assess it. That would be the provision of the contract, where if there are questions about minority participation, the use of commercially useful function would be referred to.
I think we're talking about different things here. I think the answer is no to your question. Trying to answer accurately, I think the answer is no.
For the section C, there's section Roman number 3, contractor responsiveness and responsibility relative to rebuild goals. That was also crossed out, right?
Right.
So we're left with section B, which was employment goals for diverse workforce, correct?
Right.
And I should give you a copy of this because I don't want you to. We go through that contract provision for me. Right, it's the first line sentence.
Contractor agrees to exhaust its best and good faith efforts to employ an appropriately diverse workforce.
Who's the contractor under that?
And
Right. Right.
which will include minority persons and females in all tiers of employment and management.
It's the next sentence.
Contractors shall also cause its participants to employ an appropriately diverse workforce.
Who are the participants?
I don't know.
Is there any, the contract that you looked at, the subcontract agreement, do you see where the definition of participants is? Subcontract agreement from 58?
No, you can point me to it.
Didn't find it either, that's why I was asking you. I don't see anything referencing a participant. So attachment A doesn't even match up with the contract itself.
Attachment one.
Attachment one. Yes, Jeff. What does the next line say?
For this plan, an appropriately an appropriately diverse workforce is one which reflects the local availability and historic utilization of Philadelphia residents, and also recognizes underutilization of diverse workers across all trades.
Does it identify, so it's a standard is a diverse workforce, correct?
I don't understand the question.
I'm just making, I want to make sure. The standard here for purposes of the minority participation is that a diverse workforce is right. It's not a minority participation requirement, it's a diverse workforce.
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, when you were doing your investigation, did you assess whether or not a diverse workforce was used to perform the work on the loss and distant playgrounds?
No.
Did not. Did you ask the Angelo brothers about that contract and its requirement of a diverse workforce?
No, we weren't. Our investigation is not into whether or not Empire or General Asphalt use appropriately diverse workforces. That was not a topic of our investigation.
Isn't that the standard of the contract?
No, the Moss project, as far as I understood, required participation by a NBE performing a commercially useful function.
Now, the Moss project, the distant project, was handed out to the Angelo brothers, right?
Right.
Okay. And so the Angelo brothers had an obligation or duty to make sure that the contract with the city was fulfilled, correct?
Yes.
Is it true that, are you saying that the Angelo brothers erred in terms of the way they prepared the contracts?
Maybe.
Maybe? What do you mean by maybe?
I don't know. I don't understand the question.
Well, we're here today because this empire entered into a contract with the Angelo brothers, which would control its relationship with the Angelo brothers. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. In both of those contracts that we've seen, the empire is being held to a standard of a minority participation requirement under the reload program. But a standard that wasn't in either of their contracts.
Their contract with the Angelo brothers. But it was part of the contract between the Angelo brothers and the city.
So where is the city contract referenced in the Angelo brothers contracts?
I don't know. It's referenced at the front of the page that talks about project information. That the owner of the project is City of Philadelphia Department of Public Property. And project name.
Now,
Hey,
now, with regard to the Moss project, were there any issues with the work that was done with the Moss project?
as far as the quality of the work,
Yeah.
no one had any complaints, I don't think.
With regard to the Moss and Distant project, was there certified payroll that was provided to the city of Philadelphia?
We didn't look at certified bills, as far as I know.
So you don't know whether their certified payrolls were produced by Empire or Gap with regard to these projects?
Off the top of my head, no.
Do you know whether there was a diverse workforce that was used by Empire and General Asphalt to perform the work at the Moss and Distant playgrounds?
Empire did not employ a diverse workforce. General Asphalt may have. I don't know. It wasn't a subject of our investigation.
I'm going to go, I'm going to ask you questions about exhibit number 33. Can you take a look at that?
Right?
You indicated that this was a
uh, vendor, General Asphalt, purchase order 99/2019, is that correct?
Yes,
And then subcontractors supply labor and material where you find, is that accurate?
it says yes.
I just want to show, in terms of the working the documentation that was provided to D'Angelo Brothers and provided to the city, all of the documents were very clear that Empire retained subcontracted with General Asphalt to do the paving work, right?
I don't think so. No, this is a purchase order that we obtained from Empire. I don't know that this purchase order ever made its way to the D'Angelo Brothers.
Well, D'Angelo Brothers was aware of what was going on, were they not?
On which project?
On both of the projects.
They told us they were not.
Well, they weren't aware of what was going on with the project, and I think this is an interesting point. You're talking about employee number 3. How did employee number 3 get to that meeting in November 2019?
Physically, how did you get to the job?
You know, how did you get called or notified to come to that meeting?
I don't remember. I don't
Were
know.
you D'Angelo?
Would D'Angelo have called him? Probably.
Okay, so if D'Angelo called the General Asphalt employee, and it didn't call Mr. Wallace, which is what we're going to establish in our case, D'Angelo knew General Asphalt was doing paving work, did it not?
Why would it know that?
That's going to be aspects.
No, I don't think that's true.
Have you ever put anybody from D'Angelo Brothers under oath?
No, we didn't have the ability to put people under oath.
Do you have your notes from the D'Angelo Brothers meeting?
Not with me.
And then those notes from the D'Angelo Brothers meetings, did you study them before you came here tonight?
No.
So all the testimony that you're giving is based upon.
Well, no, I didn't study. I didn't look. I looked at them at some point while preparing to testify. I don't. Not recently enough.
Two little things. We talked about the operating agreement formation of the Empire. I just want to go through a few things with you. There is a operating agreement between that was set up for Empire Sales and Services, Sales and Supply, Services and Supplies LLC, correct?
Yes.
And an operating agreement is the management agreement of the company, correct?
Typically, yes.
Are you familiar with the operation of LLCs?
Generally speaking,
And when you say generally, what do you mean?
I have very little experience with business operating agreements, or setting up LLCs. That's never part of the practice.
And in the context of setting up LLCs, usually registered with the state, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you put together an operating agreement, correct?
Right.
And you issue shares, is that correct? You issue shares, is that correct? You issue shares. Do you know what shares are?
No. Everybody. Yes, stock as in
Well, it's not
stock shares.
Well,
Right.
it's not stock because it's an LLC. It's a share. It's a member certificate of share. Are you familiar with that concept?
Apparently not.
Okay. Is there any legal prohibition with regard to Austin Mead and Joe Mead being 49.5% owners of Empire?
Are you asking my legal opinion?
I'm asking you whether there's a legal prohibition.
I don't. Probably not.
Is there a legal prohibition that the Mead brothers joined with Mr. Wallace to start a company like Empire?
You can start a company with whomever we like.
Okay. And can you operate a company with whoever you want?
Sure.
And can someone operate a company together?
A partnership?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. Partnership, by the way, is a defined word in corporations. So it's really not a partnership, but a lot of people misuse that. But you can do that type of work and you can work together, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you heard council speak about the need or the desire in the city to have more diverse workforce and more contracting work to diverse workforce, correct?
Right.
And you've heard the story from Mr. Wallace about how Empire was started and why it was started, correct?
Yeah, we talked about that in many years.
And it's because he wanted to grow bigger, grow larger, and start small to develop a minority business. Is that correct?
That was one of his aims, yes.
All right. And is there any prohibition that Mr. Wallace can't operate some of that work out of the general asphalt facility?
Prohibition, I'm
A
not,
legal prohibition. Is there something that requires him to not be, if he's doing work for Empire, is there a prohibition that requires him not to be at Gap?
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
I'm going to object to that statement, but I'll move on. You had talked about the fact that Mr. Wallace had told you that he had a facility where he did his work at. Is that correct?
are you referring to the garage?
Yeah.
In Ardmore?
No, it's not an owner, it's an Ambler.
Ambler.
Right, so you don't even know that.
Objection.
So the garage in Ambler, did you do anything to investigate the garage in Ambler?
He asked, is there a lease agreement? You know, what's done there, what's kept there? Sort of some generalities about, well, maybe there's like some equipment or some materials are stored
That
there.
wasn't my question. Did you do any investigation? Did you actually go to the facility?
No, I didn't try that.
Did you look to see whether or not he had stuff in the Ambler garage and whether it was leased to Empire?
Well, we asked the question. I can't break and enter into a building to see if there's materials there.
Do you have subpoena power?
And we used it.
Did you use it to get the lease from the owner of that property?
I don't think so.
Now, he also worked from his house, is that correct?
Yes.
Is there any legal prohibition that a person who's starting and forming a corporation not work at their house?
Objection, legal conclusion.
Are there any rules or regulations that you're aware of, sir, as a lawyer in the city of Philadelphia that prevent somebody from working from their house?
Objection, this is another way of still asking for a legal conclusion.
Abstain.
Please, I can just talk to Mr. McDermott. I've got no further questions at this point. I'm going to defer to Mr. McDermott.
And questions that I'm going to ask are not going to take long. So, would you like me to go forward now, or do you want to take lunch and start? I'm saying no more than 10 minutes.
We'll try to break it for lunch at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock.
At 1 o'clock? Then why don't we wait and come back after lunch?
And I just reiterate that Mr. DeMore is still on the road, he's still subject to cross-examination, and therefore we should not talk to anyone affiliated with the proceedings. Talk to you later.
Council doesn't have to remind anyone of legal duties. I'm an attorney, my counsel's an attorney. I'm sure we're very, very aware.
Now,
Right. Tiffany, yeah.
The audio is off, I'm not sure. Yeah, for recording is on, but it is connected to Zoom right now.
No, no, it's
Oh, the recording is recording.
for Zoom, like with depositions, you can't record deposition.
And is the recording started?
Hey, the recording's still on.
Start the recording at the same time that we go back on. Okay. No, no, it's not. Is there any availability in the last meeting?
No. Okay.
Both parties present. I think we would call ourselves responding. We're ready to go.
So back on record, the request from Mr. Burns to adjourn at 4 o'clock. We're going to try to do that, however, we're going to get through the city's second direct examination. So, you know, we have a hard stop as well. Try to accommodate you, but we don't want to
I
come.
respect whatever the chair's decision is, and I know that having been aware for a few years, that sometimes you're lucky those times because you want to finish the fight. So we'll hopefully get to finish at least the city today.
Appreciate your cooperation.
Right now.
Continue with Mr. Debarment's cross-examination.
Good afternoon. What was the date that you interviewed Mr. Wallace? Recall myself being present for that interview,
Yes,
and it was you and your fellow investigator asking questions to Mr. Wallace.
that's correct.
That was not recorded by a stenographer or some type of electric recording, is that right?
That's correct.
Now, obviously, in doing the examination, you did take notes, your colleague put notes on the correct, right?
Yes,
Recall that on the afternoon that we met, that Mr. Wallace was coming back from being ill.
yes, I remember we had an interview scheduled and we had COVID, so we rescheduled.
And during the interview, you were asking him questions and he was answering your questions, right?
Yes,
And there was some time during that interview that you were asking them direct questions about, for instance, Moss Playground and distant playground, right?
yes,
You recall that he had problems answering questions regarding the name of the playground and asked for you to refer to the address.
I think I remember that, yes.
He recognized the work that had been done for the address more so than the name of the playground.
I don't remember that distinction.
Do you have an independent recollection of that?
Yes, I mean, not verbatim questions, but I remember.
And at some point in time, in responding to your questions, he asked you if it was okay if he looked at his phone because he didn't have documents.
Yes,
And when using the phone, he would pause from answering, look at the phone, then try to answer the question, right?
I don't remember looking at his phone once or twice.
Do you recall whether he ever refused to answer any of your questions?
No, he answered every question.
I, as his attorney on that day, did I ever direct him not to answer?
No, I don't remember that occurring.
Did I ever attempt to answer questions for him or imply to him what the answer is?
I don't think so, no.
And that interview went on for approximately maybe 90 minutes.
Yes, yeah.
Now, in your experience working for the city and doing these investigations, as of this investigation, how many investigations have you performed into similar facts as this?
Oh, to varying stages of completion, probably 3 or 4.
Okay. And so some of them were ongoing at the time that you were doing this investigation.
Right, yeah, or some had been started and we found that there weren't enough facts to really proceed, so we shut down the investigation.
Now, when you were working for the city and doing these investigations, were you an attorney the entire time as you previously graduated from law school?
Yes, I was licensed as an attorney the entire year.
Were you given any training for your job as an investigator and an attorney for the city?
No training specifically into investigations. Well, that's actually not true. So I did do, I took some courses. One was into the beat technique of interrogation and interviewing. Then I probably took I do remember taking some CLEs into like internal investigations or like as an employer doing the investigation.
You had to fill your CLE requirements and you went for things that were like your job that would have to help you.
Right, and then also, now that I remember, I went to the Inspector General Institute, it's like a conference, it's a week-long conference down, they do it in different places. I went to it in Jacksonville, Florida.
And prior to taking on this job, did you ever work in an investigative job prior to that, such as a police officer?
No.
So this was your job where you started doing these investigations and you had no prior investigatory work?
No prior work specifically as an investigator.
Now, when the minority, the one to have minorities have the opportunity to get work through city contracts, that was through an executive order.
There is an executive order that contains the city's anti-discrimination policy.
And what mayor was that?
Oh, well, I think the first one was under the one currently in effect is 1- Executive Order 21-1, and I believe that's Mayor King. And there's another one in effect. Mayoral Executive Order 3-12 that was signed by Mayor Nutter.
Are they the only two orders that there are?
Well, one of them was amended. I don't remember that one. There might have been one prior to Executive Order 3-12, but 3-12 replaced it.
Okay, so there was amendments made, it just wasn't in order of continuing a prior order for a new administration.
Right. When Mayor Kenny came in, he did not issue a new executive order. He issued one in 2021.
Now, with the executive order, that spelled out who allowed to apply for special minority projects, right?
I mean, yes, in part, yeah, it establishes the Office of Economic Opportunity. I don't have the order in front of me. I don't remember here.
I understand that. I'm not trying to grill you on it. I'm just trying to get some background information. With regard to my client,
Okay.
Empire,
Right.
is it abnormal that he would have partners, and that somebody would have partners in regard to what's considered a minority business?
No, that occurs sometimes.
Yeah, I understand in this case, my client was a 51% majority owner of the company, right?
That's what the operating agreement says, right?
And his two partners, they were both white men, right?
Right.
They're not considered minorities.
Right.
But when forming Empire and the three men being partners with some percentages applied to each of them, wouldn't you expect that there's going to be jobs, contracts, things of that nature, time after having a discussion with your partner?
I don't know that maybe.
Does the executive order keep Mr. Wild, for instance, speaking to another owner of the company that Mr. Lee had also made? Does it have anything in there that specifically prohibits him from doing work with another company that is not a minority owner?
Yeah.
So obviously, the goals of the executive order were to implement rules that hopefully would have goals of being more fair, reaching more diversity, helping minorities become business owners, right?
Again, I don't have the executive order in front of me. I don't want to.
Well, I'm summarizing. Would that be correct? Just some of the goals that they were looking for. I mean, obviously.
I think I'd let the executive order speak for itself. I don't have it in front of me. I'm not going to.
Well, you wouldn't agree that the executive order was put in place to help minorities?
I don't know that I would put it that way.
Well, would you agree with me that to a certain extent on these contracts, you could be excluded if you were not a minority owned company?
I would not agree with that.
You would not agree with that?
No.
So, for instance, Gap would go in and apply to take a contract, in this case with D'Angelo.
Yes.
So, they're not a minority owned company, right?
That's right.
So, why would they be allowed to go in when in fact the idea was to have minority owned companies get the benefit?
D'Angelo can choose to contract whoever they want. If they can choose to contract with only majority owned companies. They'd be at risk of breaching the contract that they have with the city, but they can do it.
So D'Angelo Brothers has this contract with the city, and there are certain terms of that contract that apply to D'Angelo.
That's right.
For either of the contracts, whether it be for small or for distance, available, for instance, online or publicly for my client to have read.
He certainly could have gotten them through a right to know request. But I don't know. I don't think they were available online.
So a right to know request is something actually recently hearing about on the news and review the ability of private as for public items that may not necessarily be
Right, no, right, yes.
Okay. So when you spoke with and interviewed people from the answer, they ever tell you that they made their contract available, is their contract with the city available to Mr. Wallace to review?
No, they didn't say that.
Did the city's contract with the Angelo have a term of the contract in there that told them that they should or must copy of their contract with Mr. Wallace?
No,
Now, in forming a contract, in this case, Angelo Brothers and Pines Company, who prepared that contract?
I don't.
When you interviewed people from Angelo, you didn't ask them who prepared the contract?
Oh, you're asking about I thought you said.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying.
No, I'm sorry, I misunderstood the question. It was D'Angelo who prepared that contract.
And in preparing the contract, you were asking questions earlier about things being crossed out of the contract.
There was asking questions like that.
And you agreed with him that it was crossed out, probably is not part of the contract.
Right.
Do you know who crossed those paragraphs out of the contract? Did you ask?
Did I ask D'Angelo? No.
Or anyone from the end?
No.
Okay. So, moving on, contracts formed, the work is done, and then you were talking about the companies being given credit for the purposes of a minority contractor. Is that right?
That's right.
Who asked for that?
Sorry, I don't understand the question. What's the purpose of it?
Who requested credit in reference to the contract for a minority owner? Was that done by Empire? Was that done by D'Angelo or by both of them?
Well, D'Angelo would request that they would actually make a request for credit, but they would be given credit for using a minority business entity.
Okay, but how does that come about? Who informs them that this contract is in place? This is a minority company. How would I get credit if I was D'Angelo?
On the Disney project?
On either Moss or them? Unless it's different.
No, well, it's different on city contracts versus these rebuild contracts. But on the rebuild contract, there's the process with the third-party monitor, and they're monitoring. They do site visits, and they go out and see who's working on the job site, and ask questions of the contractors who they're working for that day. But they also get copies of invoices and determine what work was done and award credit on that basis.
Okay, now both of these contracts were part of the rehabilitation of the playground.
Right.
Now, do you know during the work that was being performed by Empire whether anybody went out there to inspect what was happening?
The work was not performed by Empire, but someone did go out, but they weren't there on the day that the paving was done.
Okay, so nobody ever went out and could tell you, we were there, we talked to people, they didn't tell us they were from Empire, they told us they were from there.
No one from the third party monitor could tell us that.
And it's your conclusion that it wasn't Empire doing the work, right?
That's right, yeah.
That's what you just said.
Yeah.
And tell me something. The workforce that was out there, was that a diverse workforce? On either project?
I don't know. It wasn't the subject of our investigation. It wasn't focused on our investigation. We never looked at the race of any of the employees.
Okay, so the work itself, you received complaints when the work was going on or after the work was done?
received the complaint in November 2019. The work in these projects was prior to the complaint that the Inspector General's office received.
And who made the complaint?
I can't say.
Or was it a competitor? Was it a citizen? Who was it?
I can't say.
You mean you're not allowed to say?
I'm not.
Confidential, is that what you're
It's confident.
So, after complaint was brought to your attention, how many complaints were there?
Submitted to the Inspector General's office?
Yeah.
I'm aware of one. There was one also submitted to the Controller's office, but I can't speak to that.
Was the, you know, the complaints were the same,
They're the same or substantially similar.
came from the same source?
I don't know.
You don't know or you can't say.
I honestly don't know.
So, the complaints though were more specifically toward the fact that it wasn't a minority owned company doing the work.
The complaints were not. The complaints were about Empire being a pass-through for General Asphalt.
And as you've already admitted to Mr. Burns, the contracts that were signed by Empire were both playgrounds and nothing requiring it to be a minority owned business.
The contracts between Empire and
So the answer is
D'Angelo
no.
did not contain that. That's true.
And you have no information as to whether Empire ever saw or knew the terms of the contract with the city of Philadelphia.
I don't know.
But wouldn't it have been important to find out from your investigation what knowledge Empire had of the contract between D'Angelo Brothers and the city? Aren't you kind of putting the cart before the horse if you don't find that out?
No, disagree.
You disagree, what?
The subject of our investigation was about whether or not Empire was acting as a pass-through for General Asphalt. Whether or not Empire knew, D'Angelo told us that Empire knew D'Angelo told us that they used Empire specifically because they were a minority business entity. They found them in the city's database. They hired them for that reason. And the focus of our investigation was about whether or not Empire was acting as a pass-through for General Asphalt. But what we found when we looked at these contracts was that Empire didn't perform any work, didn't provide any services, didn't have any guys on the ground doing labor, and that there was no evidence to support that any project management services or any services whatsoever were provided. So what we did here was from both Mr. Behan and Mr. Wallace was that, yeah, General Asphalt did all the work. And the purchase orders from Empire to General Asphalt showed that, yeah, did all the work.
Okay.
There was nothing else to be done. The entire scope of work was given to General Asphalt. So the question about whether or not to put the cart before the horse about whether Empire knew what was in the contract between D'Angelo and the city, frankly, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter because Empire was used by General Asphalt.
Empire signed the contract with D'Angelo, and they then made a deal, with what you're saying, with General Asphalt for them to do the work. That's the crux of what you're saying, right?
Yes.
And the contract between Empire and D'Angelo was, in that contract, we already know that it doesn't state that it's a minority contract. Is there any term of that contract that told Empire they couldn't contract or subcontract with another company?
Yes.
Or hire whoever they want?
Yes.
What provision is that?
Section 18
And what does that say?
says Empire may not, well, it says subcontractor may not further, paraphrasing here, may not further subcontract the work without written permission from the prime contractor, being D'Angelo.
And was there any permission given by D'Angelo?
No.
Did D'Angelo have anybody out there on the sites to determine whether this was inappropriate that another company was out there doing work?
D'Angelo did have a site supervisor.
And did the site supervisor turn themselves in or turn Empire in for purposes of what's going on?
Are you asking, did the site supervisor file this complaint?
Yeah.
I can't, that's confidential.
Well,
The identity of the complainant is confidential.
the person or company that made the complaint, if it was D'Angelo, then D'Angelo would have never been given credit for the minority hire. Right?
I'm not following you.
If D'Angelo told on its subcontractor that they're not following the rules of the executive order for the subcontract, they would have never been given credit for the job, for the two jobs, right? But they were.
I don't know that that's true. I can't speculate about whether or not they would have been given credit. I have no idea.
Well, why would the city give any company credit for not following the contract, breaching the contract that it had with the city?
Yeah,
Objection, calls for speculation. The witness already explained he doesn't know why, so.
you're,
How many people worked on the job?
which,
Let's go with Paul.
I don't know.
How many people worked on the other program?
The distant playground? I don't know.
How many days, how many hours did it take to complete the jobs set for each one?
Well, so on the distant project, it was completed in one day. They had to come back and do some repair work. The city wasn't happy with the way some of the asphalt was or something, so they had to come back and repair it, and they did. So that was 2 days on that, and then I'm not sure about the Moss project, how many days, it might have just been one.
So you're talking about a time period of one day, not 24 hours. How many hours in the day would it have been?
Contractors usually work from 73, so probably between those hours.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Contractors usually work between 7 and 3, so I would assume between those hours.
Okay, so an 8-hour day.
Yeah.
What about, and the other one was 2, potentially, so it would be 16 hours.
Objection, calls for speculation.
I don't know how many hours it took between the 2 days.
And when if someone was out there that was saying it wasn't Empire, it was Gap, what was that based on, them seeing their trucks or their pavers or something with their names on
Objection, speculation.
it? He's seen complaints. It may be confidential in nature as to who made them, but in part of his investigation, it's on the complaint. He can tell us what the complaint stated.
Council seems to be establishing the speculation that the complaint was with regard to the rebuild projects and then asking his questions accordingly. So that's my objection. Speculation that anyone was out complaining about the rebuild projects.
Then, Mr. He testified he has knowledge.
The period of your investigation lasted for how long?
A little over 2 years. No, excuse me. November 2019 through January 2021, so it's about a little over a year.
What took so long to determine your recommendation?
There was a COVID pandemic.
And you didn't do any investigations during that period of time?
We did.
Okay, so during that period of time, you were able to do investigations. Obviously, you can look at documents without being scared of getting COVID, right? You could make telephone calls without being scared of getting, is that right?
Yes.
You already told us that Mr. Wallace had to be delayed to some degree because he actually had COVID. Did Mr. Maine keep you from talking to him?
I don't think so. No, I think we scheduled the interview.
How many other people did you interview?
That's in the appendix of our report. I don't remember off the top of my head. Usually quite a few.
Did you, when you came to your recommendation, you put that into a report,
That's right.
and your recommendations had certain conclusions to it, right?
Yes.
You didn't just say, here's all the information, take a look at it and decide whether you want to bring a complaint. You actually came to your own conclusions, whether a complaint or notice should be sent out, right?
Right. We presented our case to the Inspector General and the controller at the time, and they adopted our recommendation. They asked or made their own recommendations.
Did you ever, prior to this time, have the opportunity to investigate yet?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
If I ask you to come to my house and perform some work on my house, and we come to an agreement and I pay for that work, what will make you my employee?
Objection. Speculation, relevance.
What's the speculation?
Speculation about a hypothetical scenario and what would happen in a hypothetical scenario is the definition of speculation.
Maybe I might be an independent contractor.
Maybe an independent contractor. That's a relative word that you're bringing up that goes into how you do the work, who has commands over you, and who has the right to inspect you, study to do different things, right?
Objection. I'm really not sure what the relevance of any of this is. It seems like there's also now a question asking for some sort of legal conclusion as to what is an independent contractor or something of that nature. But none of this has any relation to case or my direct examination.
I didn't bring up the independent contractor in order to try to dodge a question. Council.
Sustain. What's the relevance?
Relevance is if I hire somebody to perform a duty, they become my employee. And if somebody's paid and permitted to go hire somebody, they become their employee. They have the right to tell them how to do the job, what needs to be done, when to be there, and how to do it. And that doesn't make them an independent contractor. It makes them an employee.
This is argument, I guess, and I'm still unsure of the relevance to the case, but if anything, this is argument. This is not.
Sustain. You belong to another one.
Now, your investigation lasted for some period of time. And during that investigation, was it ever found that the work that was done was improperly done? That the final product, even after coming back to fix something the city wanted, were there any problems?
No, I think the work was deemed acceptable by project owner.
No other questions?
Any redirect?
No, that would be no.
That would be hard enough, me.
Any other problems?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
City performance next month.
Oh, Christina Crosby. All right, and I'm just gonna remain seated. Remember the panel's right next to Christina. Ms. Crosby, could you please introduce yourself to the panel member?
Good afternoon. My name is Christina Crosby.
And do you currently work for the city of Philadelphia?
I do.
Do you work in a particular office or department?
I am currently assigned to the city controller's office.
Can you briefly describe for us what the controller's office is and what it does?
Sure, we're kind of like the fiscal watchdog of the city. We conduct independent audits and also investigations.
What's your current position with the controller's office?
My current position, I'm the chief investigator.
And were you involved with the investigation into Gap and Empire?
I was the side investigator for the city controller's office.
And before we get into the details of the investigation, could you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Yes, I have a master's degree from St. Joseph's University. I also have a bachelor's degree.
Do you have any specialized training, degrees, or certifications?
I am a certified fraud examiner, and I also, it was years ago, I was certified by this Inspector General's conference as well.
And have you held any investigative or law enforcement positions before you came to the controller's office?
I have.
Can you tell us what some of those were?
Some of my prior positions, I was a pre-sentence investigator for the courts. I worked in the office of the Inspector General. I was an investigator. I was assigned to the district attorney's office as a county detective. I left the city and I went to the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, where I was assigned as a police investigator there to their office of the Inspector General and my current position.
And how long have you been in your current position with the controller's office?
I started my position with the Controller's Office August 2018.
And in that position, what are some of your duties and responsibilities?
I oversee and conduct complex investigations.
And can you just describe generally what some of the techniques you might use during an investigation are?
Yeah, sure. We review databases, a variety of databases, city databases. We also have subpoena power. We also do interviews, review documents, and surveillances. Those are some of our techniques.
And how did you personally become involved with the investigation into Gap and Empire?
Our office, along with the Office of the Inspector General, we received a complaint, and my office assigned me as the side investigator.
And during what time period did you work on the investigation?
The report was issued November of 2021. Our office opened our investigation of January of 2020, so in between that time period.
And was there a specific time period that you focused your investigation on?
Yeah, so the majority of the records that we received from Gap and Empire and other entities, we received them, I would want to say, in the middle of 2020, and then we looked back to when Empire started, which was, if I'm not mistaken, October of 2017 or 16, sorry.
And did you focus on a particular project or contract that Gapper Empire had or worked on?
Yes, the plumbing and heating requirements contract. And during that time period, it was 160187.
Can I have you pick up the binder next to you and turn to tab 1?
Sure. Okay, there's the,
And then within that tab, I'm just going to ask you to turn to, let's label as appendix page 6.
tab 1, page 6.
Roughly 30 or so pages.
Oh, okay. You mean attachment 6, not page?
The page number at the bottom should say appendix 6.
Okay, I was looking at regular page 6. My apologies.
And if you can just, you can get that, let us know.
Yes.
Panel number. Ms. Crosby, do you recognize what this document is?
I do.
Can you tell us what it is?
Yes, it's contract 160187, and it's the requirements contract for plumbing and heating repair services.
And if you flip through to about appendix page 67, because that will appear to be part of this contract.
It does. Actually, I think the appendix 60 is part of the contract as well. I think 60.
And just going back to the first page to be clear, who were the parties to this contract?
General Asphalt.
And can I have you turn to now appendix page 41? Same. Do you know if this contract had an NDE requirement?
It does. It's contained in appendix 41.
And just generally, what is that requirement?
The requirement is written here for the OEO and the good and faith effort, and then they also give some ranges, projected ranges of participation, which serves as a guide.
So I want to now turn to the investigation report that you were involved with. Can you summarize what were some of your key findings?
Some of my key findings was that Empire invoiced Gap for labor that they didn't perform. We found multiple examples of that. We found examples of Empire invoicing Gap for equipment we had no evidence that they had provided. We found a few examples of Empire reimbursing Gap for invoices. And on these invoices, Gap claimed NVE credit.
You mentioned supplying equipment, so let's start there. Can you give an example of a type of equipment that, say, you found Gap claimed NVE credit for Empire provide?
Yes, for backhoes.
let's go to appendix page 114. Oh, there. Can, Mr. Crosby, you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
This is an invoice that Empire billed General Asphalt Paving for a variety of equipment, and it's invoice number 1144.
And does this relate to that same contract that you identified before?
It does.
Do you know if GAP claimed MBE credit for this invoice?
They did,
How do you know that?
because it's contained in the City of Philadelphia ODO E2G now system.
And just briefly, because I think we heard it described before, but just to refresh our recollection, what is that system?
That's the database that the city uses to track minority participation on certain city contracts.
And are you generally familiar with that system?
I am.
And do you know how information gets into that system?
Yes, the prime contractor in this instance it would be General Asphalt Paving, as well as in this case, the NWBE Empire.
I'm going to ask you to kind of keep your finger at that page, but if you can now go to exhibit P8. And do you know what this document is, Mr. Kirby? Or Ms. Crosby?
I do. I printed it out of the B2G now system. And it is an invoice, the Empire invoices that GAT claim credit for the plumbing and heating contract
Is it
for May of 2018.
at this point we'd offer P8 into evidence?
So, okay.
And based on P8, Ms. Crosby, can you tell whether GAP in fact claimed MBE credit for invoice 1144 from Empire?
Yes, it's contained in this printout.
Can
The
you say,
third from the bottom, 1144.
now going back to appendix page 114 in case 1144. You mentioned backhoes. During your investigation, did you look into whether Empire owned any backhoes for the time period referenced on this?
Yes, we did. We subpoenaed documents.
And what, if any, documentation did you receive?
We did not receive any documentation that they owned any backhoes.
What about renting backhoes? Did you find any lease agreements?
We did not find any lease agreements for renting of any backhoes.
During your investigation, did you learn whether GAP owned any backhoes during this time period?
Yes, they own backhoes.
Do you have a rough sense of how many?
I want to say during this time period, it was approximately 50. It could be a little off on the number.
So based on your investigation, did you see any evidence that Empire actually provided this backhoe equipment that GAP was claiming MBE credit for?
No, we did not.
Did you ever ask Mr. Wallace if Empire owned or rented backhoes during this period?
Yeah, yes, we did. When we interviewed him, we showed him a couple invoices. This particular invoice was one of them, and asked him, you know, where did he get the backhoes for this invoice?
And what was his response?
He couldn't recall, didn't remember, and he would provide us with that information.
And did he ever provide any follow-up information?
No, he did not.
I want to go to the previous page, appendix page 113. Can you tell us when you get there if you recognize what that document is?
I do.
What is it?
It's an invoice, it's 1148, it's from Empire, and they're billing General Asphalt Paving for a variety of equipment that includes backhoes.
And And does this relate to that same 2016 plumbing and heating contract we were discussing?
Oh, yes, it does.
Do you know if Gap claimed any credit for this invoice?
Yes, they did.
And how do you know that?
Because it's contained in the May 2018 minority report for the plumbing and heating contract. It's the last one on the bottom, 1148.
You're talking about Exhibit P8 again.
I am, sorry, yes.
And again, based on your investigation for the time period of this invoice, did Empire own or rent any bathrooms?
Not that any evidence, we had no evidence that they did that.
Let's go forward now 2 pages to appendix page 115. And just let us know if you know what that document is.
It's an invoice, it's 1151, it's an invoice from Empire. And they are billing General Asphalt Paving for a variety of equipment, including the rental of the backhoe.
And do you know if Gap claimed any credit to this invoice?
They did,
And again, how do you know?
because it was, this invoice was mentioned, was entered into the B2G now.
Have you look at exhibit now, P9 briefly? What is P9?
This is something that I printed out of B2G now, the contract. For the plumbing and heating contract, it's the invoices that Empire, that Gap claimed credit for, and you see one of the invoices is 1151.
And we'd offer P9 evidence at this point. And for the time period of this invoice, was there any evidence in your investigation that Gap or that Empire owned or rented bathrooms?
No, there was not.
Let's go to appendix page 116. What is this document, Mr. Crosby?
This is another invoice. This invoice number is 1204, and it's from Empire, and it's billing General Asphalt Paving for a variety of equipment to include the rental of a backhoe.
And did Gap claim any credit for this invoice?
They did,
And how do you know that?
because it's contained in the city's B2G now system. This invoice is listed.
If you look at exhibit P10, you tell us what that is.
This is a report that I printed out of the B2G now system from August 2018, and it lists the invoices, Empire invoices for the plumbing and heating contract that Gap claimed and we credit for.
And is invoice 1204 listed here?
It is.
And again, based on your investigation, did Empire own or rent backhoes during the time period of invoice 1204?
You had no evidence that they did.
What about the next page of the appendix 117? Is that
It's invoice 1427, and then it's an invoice from Empire to General Asphalt Paving for a variety of rentals, including backhoes.
and did Gap claim any credit for this invoice?
They did,
And how do you know that?
because this invoice is listed in the city's B2G now system.
If you look at exhibit P15, what is that?
Yes, this is something I printed out for the plumbing and heating contract from January 2019. It shows 2 invoices, and 1427 is one of the invoices.
So this time I move P15, and if I move perhaps to P10, 12, that means also previous. And for the time period of invoice 1427, Mr. Crosby, was there any evidence that Empire owned or rented backhoes during that time period? What about appendix page 118? Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is an invoice 1502 from Empire to General Asphalt Paving, a variety of equipment to include rental of backhoe.
And did Gap claim any credit to this invoice?
I believe they did, yes.
Could you take a look at P18 and tell us what that document is?
P18
Yes.
is a report that I printed out of the V2G now system for the plumbing and heating contract. And it lists invoice 1502.
You offer exhibit P18, is that it? Hit one more, let's go to appendix page 119. What is this document, Ms. Crosby?
It's an invoice from Empire to General Asphalt Paving. It's 1562. And it's for a variety of equipment, including rental of a backhoe.
And do you know if GAP claimed any credit for this invoice?
I believe they did, yes.
Can we look at exhibit P23? And what is this exhibit here?
This is something that I printed out with the V2G now system for the plumbing and heating contract, the invoices that GAP claimed for MVP credit from Empire, and it was 2 invoices to include 1562.
And again, during the time period of this invoice, your investigation, did you find any evidence that Empire had underwritten backhoes?
No, everything on.
And just to be clear, were all of these invoices for that same 2016 plumbing and heating contract?
They were.
When we were discussing the report findings earlier, you also mentioned labor. Can you think of any examples where the report found that GAP claimed MBE credit for labor Empire billed it for heating and plumbing work?
For plumbing work, yes.
Okay. And are there examples of this in the report?
There are.
Let's look at appendix page 129. Actually, 129 to 131, you will find. And if I can direct you specifically to page 131, Ms. Crosby, do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
It's invoice 1265. It's from Empire, and it's billing General Asphalt Paving.
And what kind of work is being billed here?
Supply labor, materials, plumbing work.
And do you know if Empire performed this work listed here?
That they did not.
How do you know that?
Number one, Empire is not licensed by L&I to self-perform plumbing work. Number two, we asked George Wallace about this in his interview, and he also had subpoena documents. And he told us he had self-performed this work. We followed up with an additional subpoena that lists any type of employees to include anybody perform work on this particular invoice, as well as a certified payroll record. And we were told that, as well as a certified payroll record. And we were told that there were no documents responsive to our subpoena. On the other hand, when we talked to labor standards, city labor standards, to find out during this time period, if a certified payroll record for this contract, who was the contractor performing work during this time period, the only person who performed work was General Asphalt Paving.
And do you know if General Asphalt Paving claimed MBE credit for his invoice 1265?
They did.
And again, how would you know that?
It's in the V2G now system.
Can you take a look at P11? And do you know what this document is?
Yes, it's a report that I printed out of the V2G now system. It's for the plumbing and heating contract. It's from September 2018, and it lists the Empire invoices, and invoice 1265 was listed.
I'd ask that, I think the 11, I might have missed P23, the previous one as well, be admitted into evidence. This probably, I think I heard you mention, going back to what you said the report findings were in general, that there was some payments from Empire to Jeff. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Can I direct you to page 3 of the appendix? And I want to first focus you on table B3.
Okay.
Can you tell us what that is?
Sure. This is a table that we made up. It shows invoice, the date, and the amount of each invoice.
And what are these invoices? Do you know?
The invoices are invoices that Empire billed General Asphalt Paving.
And there's what looks to be a check below that table.
Correct.
Can you describe what you understand that to be?
Yes, this is a check that we received in regards to subpoena, and it has listed to the left. It's handwritten what it's for, and it lists 9 invoices.
And are those invoices the same as the ones listed in the table above?
Yes, they are.
And does the amount of the check match the total of those invoices?
Yes, they do. Yes, it does.
So based on this information, how would you describe the transaction that's occurring between Gap and Empire here?
Empire's check said they're paying General Asphalt Paving for these specific invoices.
Did you find any other instances where Empire reimbursed Gap for invoices?
Yes.
Let's go to appendix page 220. Or sorry, stay there. Let's go to the next page here, table B4. And can you describe what's in this table?
Yes, this is a table that we made, and we took a copy of the information that was provided to us via subpoena, and we made it more clear by just putting the invoice date, the invoice amount, payment amount, and what's handwritten on the check, because as you see, some of the check copies are light, and it's kind of hard to read.
So, yeah, let's say, go to the second page there, next page 5. What invoice are you talking about for that first line at the top?
I'm sorry, I think you're.
If you look at the first line on the top of appendix page 5, what is that for?
The invoice, when you're saying the first slide, do you mean this, the first column? 1242, that's the invoice.
And if I can have you flip to exhibit P26. Have you go to the last page of the exhibit? You know what this is?
It's invoice 1242 at Empire Invoice General Asphalt Paving.
And you know if Gap claims MBE credit for this invoice?
For this particular invoice, I believe they did.
Can I have you go to exhibit P15?
Yes, this is a copy of a report that I printed out, the B2G down system for the plumbing and heating contract for January 2019 for Empire invoices. They have 2 invoices, one of them is 1242.
We offer P26 and P15 into evidence. You don't have to flip, I can just tell you. So I think the second line on appendix page 5 in that same table before was invoice 1427. So can you go to appendix page 117? And is this one of the invoices we actually already discussed?
Yes, it's a invoice 1427 from Empire to General Asphalt Paving for a variety of equipment rentals to include a backhoe. And actually on this one, there's multiple backhoes.
So we know that Gap claimed any credit for this invoice as well.
That's correct, yes.
Did you ever ask Mr. Wallace for an explanation of why these apparent reimbursements were occurring?
Yes.
And what was his response?
Well, we showed them a copy of, the invoices to confirm that they were true and correct. That they were paid for and confirmed they were. And we asked them if there was ever a time that Gap had reimbursed Empire for an invoice, and he said, absolutely no. He said no. And so then when we showed him a copy of the check, he said, well, when we first started Empire, everything had to go back to paying. There was a $36,000 loan, and all the money that was in Empire had to go back to Gap to pay this initial loan.
Were you ever provided any documentation for such a loan?
No, we were not.
And was there ever any other explanation for why these invoice numbers were listed on those checks?
No, there was not.
No further questions at this time.
So if we get that on the screen.
No problem. Let me just, not mine.
Take your time. Should have asked this probably, did you need a break? You were.
I'm fine. Thank you. Probably when I drink this water, I'll have to go to the bathroom. As of now.
Council prepared for cross-examination.
So good afternoon, Mr. President. So,
Good afternoon.
Mr. Crosby, you told us about your background and your experience with regard to investigative work. Investigative work on was an evaluation of the financial documents. It was an evaluation of the financial documents.
That's incorrect.
Well, it includes some interviews, correct?
Interviews were conducted, that's correct.
And it includes securing some information by subpoena that included checks and any types of lease or invoices, things like that, correct?
We received a lot of information. We subpoenaed multiple records from not only Empire, but also General Asphalt Paving. In addition, we subpoenaed banking records. And actually, there's a whole list of the things that we subpoenaed in the appendix. I can't recall every single thing that we looked at and every individual that we spoke to during the investigation.
Did you, when you did the investigation, was the focus on the plumbing and heating contract?
Primarily, the one that we looked at was the plumbing and heating contract.
Did you look at any other contracts that Gap had with the city of Philadelphia?
We did not do a deep dive into every single contract that Gap had with the city of Philadelphia.
And even though the Gap had several contracts with the city of Philadelphia?
In our report, we have listed during the time period that the report was written, various contracts that GAP had in the city of Philadelphia.
In those gap contracts, in terms of the work that you're identifying today, so subject to the report, is limited to plumbing and heating, correct?
That's my testimony. We did a deep dive primarily on the plumbing and heating contract.
When you sat down with Mr. Wallace, Mr. Wallace, did you ask him questions about what other work that Empire does with that?
Yes, that was one of the subjects that came up.
And did you investigate the other work that GAP does with Empire?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Did you do any investigation into what other contracts or projects that GAP and Empire do?
For the city, just to clarify, for the city,
For the city and anybody else? I mean, you've already told us that your investigation was focused on the plumbing and heating contract, right?
that's correct.
There were other contracts that GAP had with the city where Empire was listed as a minority participant, correct?
That's correct.
But you did investigate those contracts.
We did not do a deep dive on those contracts. That is correct.
And my second question is, do you know that Empire was doing other work with GAP on other contracts? Is that correct?
Can you define work?
Sure. When Empire would do supply and services for other companies, including GAP, is that right?
Well, your supply and services, do you mean labor or do you mean equipment or?
I mean, equipment, serving as project manager, serving as a contractor. You can call any work that you look at that GAP and Empire did for other contractors besides Steve.
I saw no evidence in what I reviewed and what I saw that that Empire did any labor. They have no employees. Mr. Wallace and Mr. Meehan both testified that Empire did not have any employees. He subpoenaed a list of their employees and received information that Mr. Wallace was Empire's only employee.
So Empire did have an employee, his name was Wallace, correct?
That's what the subpoena responded.
And your testimony today is that you don't have no evidence that Mr. Wallace performed any labor.
I don't have any evidence that he actually performed labor. No, I do not.
Did you ask him that question?
I did.
Okay, what did he tell you?
He said he self-performed some labor.
Okay. And what work did he self-perform? What labor did he self-perform?
On the invoices we talked about, which were plumbing invoices, he is not a master registered licensed plumber. According to the Department of Licenses and Inspection, he is not licensed to perform plumbing work, to self-perform plumbing work.
What was the plumbing work that was done?
It's on the invoice, which can I refer to it? Can I read
Go
it?
to Appendix 131.
Okay, this is for invoice 1265. And it's Empire invoicing General Asphalt Paving for labor.
On July 13, 2018, correct?
No, that's not correct. Oh, that's the date of the invoice. The date down here is a different date.
Yeah, that's the date of the payment. So this is a bill
This
from
is a
Empire to John Brennan at General Asphalt for work that was done, which you said GAP submitted for MBE certification, and the work is labor, correct?
That's what this invoice says.
Correct. It says supply labor and materials to replace pipe to second floor restroom and showers, cut out block collapsed piping, replaced with new test lines for flow. That was city personnel, Joe Gabarino on site. See that?
I do.
Okay. Did you talk with Joe Gabarino?
We did.
Okay, what did Mr. Gabarino say?
Mr. Gabarino said that this was done, it needed to be done by a registered master plumber. And that's why this was contracted out. And registered master plumber or a plumber came and did this work.
Mr. Wallace do this work?
Mr. Wallace said he did this work. He is not licensed by the city.
Did Mr. Wallace do this work?
I have no evidence Mr. Wallace did this
I
work.
told you that he did not.
He told me he did the work, but I have no evidence. He is not, he is not registered by L&I to self-perform this work.
Did Mr. Gabarino tell you that he saw Mr. Wallace?
No, he did not.
Did you ask? That was unclear. Did you ask Mr. Gabriel whether he saw Mr. Wallace?
I asked Mr. Gabarino if he recalled the people that did, specifically recalled the people that came out to do the labor.
Okay, what did he say?
He said that he couldn't recall exactly who it was, but people came out.
Okay, thank
And
you.
he had pictures of what was done, not the people who did it.
Okay, so now I'm going to go ahead 2 more pages to appendix 134. And again, this isn't an invoice that I think you testified to, but I'm going to look at it. It's an invoice from Empire to General Asphalt, is that correct?
That's correct.
And would have been on the plumbing leak contract, correct?
That's correct.
And it's 3/7/2018, and the specific description is labor, is that correct?
That's correct. That's what it says on this invoice.
Provide labor to clear up forgery in the basement.
That's correct.
Does that require a master certified plumber?
I would, that's not my area of expertise. When I showed this invoice to L&I, they said this work needs to be done by a registered master plumber or somebody that's licensed by the city of Philadelphia in plumbing.
Ran the cable machine approximately 53 through the curb track. Pullbacks increased. Ran the cable machine approximately 75 basement clean out. All water cleared from the basement.
That's correct.
Who did that?
I don't know. I subpoenaed Empire to get a list of the people who performed that labor, and they had no documents responsive to my subpoena.
Did Mr. Wallace perform that?
Mr. Wallace told us in an interview he self-performed that work and somebody assisted him. He could not recall who. He would provide us the information. When we did not get it, we followed it up with a subpoena, asking Empire who provided labor for this specific invoice.
Now, so for those 2 labor services, and I just want to be clear here, your information is the following: that a master certified plumber was required to do both of those projects, that Mr. Wallace was a non-master certified plumber, and as a result of that, Mr. Wallace did not perform that work.
My investigation showed, according to the Department of Licensing and Inspections, for both of these invoices, the company to self-perform this work needed to be licensed with the Department of Licensing and Inspection for plumbing work. Empire is not licensed by the City of Philadelphia Department of Licensing and Inspection to perform this work.
So if I have your testimony correct, the sum and substance is simply that there are some equipment rentals that were billed through Empire, but that your argument or your assertion is that Gap did not, that Empire did not own the equipment, correct?
They did not own the equipment, they did not rent the equipment, and they had no information where they obtained the equipment from.
And in terms of the information where they obtained the equipment from, are you familiar with a company called Norris Sales?
I've heard of Norris Sales, that's correct.
Did you subpoena Norris Sales?
I do not believe we subpoenaed Norris Sales.
With regard to the backhoe equipment, did you identify the backhoe equipment as being Gap equipment?
No, we did not. During our investigation, we did not identify that.
So it's your assumption that it's here.
I don't know who provided the equipment. My testimony is that Empire invoiced General Asphalt Paving for equipment that there's no evidence that they owned or rented.
Okay, so we'll deal with that with Mr. Wallace. Let me ask you this question. You talked about the kickbacks, and I think what you're talking about when you say kickbacks is the documents you referred to, which were copies of checks to General Asphalt from Empire for the amount of $1,900.
That's right. I did not say they were kickbacks.
So what you represented to the panel was that those were returns by Empire to Gap with no explanation, right?
I said this check, on this check, it is handwritten. The reason why this check was written from Empire to General Asphalt Paving, it lists specific invoices. Those specific invoices are Empire invoices and they add up to the same amount.
And you were aware that in order to start Empire, that there was a loan of an amount of money to Mr. Wallace in order to buy the equipment and buy supplies.
That was not the information I received. I received that there was a loan of equipment to start, Empire.
And in terms of the loan of equipment, what was the loan of the equipment?
It was for, equipment, and I don't know, I can't recall exactly every single piece of equipment.
In terms of the equipment that was, what was the arrangement for Empire with regard to that payback for the equipment?
Can you repeat that question?
So when, and you're well aware this was discussed in the investigation, Mr. Wallace and Mr. Moon both said that there was a sum of money that was given to Empire, $36,000, correct?
No, Mr. Meehan did not say $36,000. Only George Wallace said there was a loan of $36,000.
And in terms of that loan again, do you know whether those documents which were showing payments back again, do you know whether that was reimbursement for the money?
It showed to me on the check, the reason for the reimbursement lists those 9 invoices.
Do you know that Mr. Wallace was paying back the loan with that invoice?
The only information I have, which is handwritten on the check, lists those invoices.
As part of your investigation, you had a conversation with Mr. Wallace. Did you ask Mr. Wallace whether he was being taken advantage of by you?
I believe that was the question we asked me.
Did you ask him any questions about why he entered into this partnership?
Yes, we did.
Okay, what did he say?
He said he tried to get his own thing going, but he didn't have access to credit. That was one of the reasons why it was very difficult for him. And, with the Meehans, they had credit and it was, we went into this partnership and that's what they provided.
They went into this partnership to form a minority business, is that correct?
That's correct.
When you start out as a minority business, did Mr. Wallace have credit?
I did not run a credit check on Mr. Wallace. I do not know what his credit situation was.
Would it be fair to say that it would be okay for Mr. Asphalt to loan Empire money to start their business and secure it?
I didn't see.
Also, legal. Could we read the question, please?
Would you dare say that it would be General Asphalt, it would be okay for General Asphalt to loan Empire money to start their business and secure your equipment?
I personally don't know of any law that makes it illegal for General Asphalt to loan Empire money.
You personally aware of any law that prohibits that to be a handshake agreement?
Am I aware of any law? No, I am not.
In fact, there's in contracting law, there's a lot of handshake. Would you agree with that?
I'm not in the contracting world, so I would just be speculating.
You're not in the contract, but do you know what the terms are to give the IBC in terms of securing money and monies from the in order to start a minority business?
I do not.
Are you familiar with the ins and outs of trying to start a minority business?
I am not a minority. I have never tried to start a business.
Are you familiar with the certification process?
I'm aware of the certification process, and it's different depending on the certifying agency. So I would say I'm not familiar with everyone.
Have you ever talked to the Office of Economic Opportunity, the LEO office?
Yes, I have.
Have you talked to them? Do they certify?
No, they don't. They receive certifications from other entities.
Do you know how difficult it is to get a certification in a minority business?
My understanding is it depends on who's the certifying agency.
Well, the Nutrition is the certifying agency, is how difficult it is to treat.
I do not know because I've never tried to certify an agency, but I am aware that that agency is no longer accepted by the city as a certifying agency currently.
In terms of the certification process, are you aware that Mr. Wallace would have to submit his personal tax return?
Yes, I am.
Are you aware that you have to disclose the nature of this relationship and agreement with these partners?
Yes, I am.
Are you aware that you would have to provide information about his credit and whether or not he has credit?
I do not know if that's correct or not.
You know if Mr. Waltz providing all this information to get the New Jersey.
I know Mr. Wallace provided a variety of, a lot of information to get the New Jersey credit.
You certified that you subpoenaed the New Jersey certification. Correct?
Correct, but I do not remember off the top of my head everything that is contained in the certification or everything that is necessary to receive certification.
Disclose in that document, the New Jersey certification, that you have these two partners at 49.5% of the deals.
Yes, he did. I do recall that.
And did you disclose why, how he got this included in that New Jersey certification?
I don't recall seeing that.
Did you list all the equipment? Okay, yeah.
I'm not certain. I'm sorry, I'm not certain about that. I'd have to double check the document. It's been years.
Now, with regard to the contract that Gap had, what was their minority participation?
I'd have to look at the contract to refresh my memory, but I think it's in there.
Did Gap violate that contract?
Did Gap violate that contract?
With purposes of minority participation, did Gap ever violate that contract?
Our investigation showed that, what I had said before, that Gap claimed NPE credit for work that Empire did not perform, and in some cases for equipment that there's no evidence that they provided. So I would, if you're asking me, I would say yes.
Okay. How many other MBEs did Gap list for purposes of funding?
I don't recall off the top of my head, but I want to say there was at least one more, but I think it was a WPE, but wait, stop. I'm speculating. I don't recall.
Well, that's important information, isn't it? Because a contractor like Gap uses multiple parties, multiple entities to fulfill the terms of the contract.
Our focus of our contract was on Empire and its relationship with Gap.
So you didn't look at the other costs.
We did not do an investigation on all the MVPs associated with the general asphalt paving contract.
Can you recall whether or not Gap has met its participation requirements for purposes of the funding? 2018, 2019.
If my memory is correct, I believe they did.
What were those numbers?
Off the top of my head, I do not recall.
Were they excessive, the small percentages that were put in the contract?
Off the top of my head, I do not recall.
So in the context of MBE certification, strike the question, sorry. When you were asking Mr. Wallace questions during the interview, you had raised a question, or you raised an issue with regard to how much the equipment costs, correct?
He provided us an equipment list. I don't know if we went through and asked how much equipment costs. I do not believe so. I know there was an equipment list given that listed prices.
Did you ever raise a question with Mr. Wallace about whether or not there was a real concern you had as to the value of the equipment and how much it really cost for purposes of the $36,000?
We never went through the equipment list to verify that this equipment list was worth what it said on the list.
Are you familiar with the equipment?
I saw the equipment list.
Now, if Empire didn't own a backhoe, but rented a backhoe, that still be a proper thing?
If they had provided evidence and we asked for receipts and we asked for that, that would be fine.
If North Snow's not in business and the receipts aren't available, what would you expect? Request rely on Mr. Wallace's testimony?
I believe that's speculation on what would we have done if somebody went out of business.
You have to subpoena power, correct?
That's correct. We have power to subpoena.
One of the statements is that the investigation was a question about whether or not Gap and Empire were following what are the legal requirements for purposes of the business. If you looked at those documents that they were requiring, right?
I depended on my partner, who is a lawyer, to review those documents.
And we're not going to go over the few very asked those documents. But
from your knowledge and your information as an investigator, is there any problem or issue with the corporation being formed, the way the corporation was formed, the operating agreement, how it's handled? Mention compound.
Sustain difference.
You have, did you, are you aware that the operating agreement lists Mr. Wallace as the 51%?
Yes, I am aware of that.
Is that sufficient for purposes of the MBA process?
MPA?
MEP process.
Yes, that's fine.
And that's why you got certified.
There's a, why he got certified, that would be a question for the New Jersey, the person who certified him. I'm sure that was one of the reasons, but then I'm speculating. There was a list of things I think he had to provide. And how they decide who they're certifying, I'm not aware.
Are you familiar with GAP's work on the Noresco contract? Are you familiar with GAP's work on the Noresco, and I'll spell that for you, NORESCO?
A little bit, yes.
Is that part of your investigation?
No, but it came up in interviews.
Are you familiar with how Empire worked for two?
No,
Are you familiar with Empire's work with bid vendors? Bid vendor, BITTENDER.
no,
Are you familiar with Empire's work with DJ Heating and Debarment?
I did hear they were doing work for Divine. That was part of the investigation, and I did not know that.
Are you familiar with Empire's work with Trans-Pacific Engineering?
I believe from an interview, Wallace told me Empire was doing work with that. That was not a city contract. That was not the focus of our investigation.
Are you familiar with the work that Empire did?
I am not familiar with that work. No.
Are you familiar with the work that Empire did with Gilmore Associates?
I am not familiar with that work. Our focus of our investigation was the city contracts.
Are you familiar with the work that Empire did with Johnson Controls?
I am not familiar with the work that Empire did for Johnson Controls.
And I guess my question to you is, how can you limit yourself to financial records from the city contracts regarding payments, financial records from Gap and Empire, and make the broad assertion that it was a front company, not looking at the full scope of work that Empire was doing?
We don't have jurisdiction to look at other contracts. Our focus of our investigation was city contracts, and that's what we focused on.
Have you seen the documents that Empire produced to the city of Philadelphia, which identify all of the work that has been performed, how that worked?
During the period of my investigation, our investigation, I did not see those records.
Have you ever seen those records?
I briefly looked at those records
Why did you briefly look at those records?
because they were provided to me.
Did you find any issues with them?
Yes, I did.
What did you find?
I found examples. Well, first of all, those records, I'm not sure where they came from. They're screenshots. I don't know that authenticity, but just in my, and I did investigate them, but just in my brief review of them, I found examples of prime contractors telling Wallace what to buy, and he was not sourcing the materials.
Get to that, Mr. Watson. Let me ask you this question. In addition to that, did you get a copy of all the other documents that you used, including the documents about how Empire went about getting insurance?
Are you talking about the
Documents we produced?
the documents that you produced? Yes, we did receive multiple documents that they produced, hundreds of them.
All right. Did you just see how Empire secured the insurance for you?
Yes, we did.
See how Empire secured bonding?
Yes, and Mr. Meehan also told us about that in an interview.
See all the credit card bills that were used to show what the credit claims for both There's like 2 cards in Amex, and did you see those credit card bills?
I did see Amex bills and I did see banking records from PNC.
And Amex goes to the banking record, credit card. It's getting charged by us.
I saw a bill. I don't know who made the charges. I was not there. I don't know if he gave authorization to use the credit card.
Do you know if Mr. Reed had a credit card?
No, I do not.
Do you know if the credit card went back?
I do not.
You know, with regard to, you ever seen the Empire Business Plan?
I believe I have. I did not see you prepare the Empire.
Do you think the Vans have a role in the business plan?
I would be speculating they were both partners.
Do you know who retained the account?
I did not speak to the accountant. I do not know who became the accountant for Empire.
Do you know if Empire had any?
I believe I saw documents where Empire did have an accountant.
The Empire, some of the documents about who, you know, that you did with the account for Empire?
On one of our subpoenas, we subpoenaed information to include emails. We never received any emails in regards to our subpoena. So the answer would be no.
One, was that the question?
I have to look at the.
You don't know from the paid on a daily basis from 2018, 2019, 2020, not on a daily basis, but on a regular basis.
I do not know who was talking to the accountant.
Don't you think day-to-day operations of Empire and how they were handled would be important, making a broad generalization about whether there was a past event?
Can you say that again?
Sure.
Please repeat that.
You're not familiar with the day-to-day operations outside of the interviews of Empire. There are documents that are produced that show the day-to-day operations of Empire, and that they control and manage and operate by the laws. Don't you think that information would be significant for you to reach a conclusion or to assess a conclusion of whether or not Empire is a pass-through for General Asphalt?
We saw none of this evidence now.
We have the evidence now. I believe that, and yes.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We're already hearing today, and we have all the evidence here. We're going to go through each one. You've seen that evidence, right? And you said
I briefly looked through it. I did not re-investigate the evidence.
when were those documents in?
I do not recall.
It was July of last year. They called you and tell you that they got the
Objection
document.
to strike. To the extent counsel is testifying as to a fact.
What's the question? You mean the question, the objection is sustained, and so the question is stricken from the record. Okay. Mr. McCollum, for a second.
That's all I-
Yeah, happy to hear the questions. And
I have no questions.
Just reaches my code. Just to be clear, Ms. Crosby, during your investigation, did you subpoena records from Empire or any equipment they have?
Yes,
Did that subpoena cover equipment manufacturers?
that's all.
And did Empire provide any documentation that it had owned or rented backhoes during the time periods of the invoices we discussed under direct examination?
Yes.
Okay, good.
What we-
Recess closed. 10-minute recess for classroom break.
And we're going to continue with Mr. Wallace. I mean, the city has to rest, obviously. We have to make motions to run the city. Okay.
We're going off the record. Please stop the recording.